let's go ahead and take a look at our current set. Murders at Karlov Manor, which it is very easy to trip and say Markov Manor, Soren rather than Tesa. Is a set that takes place on Ravnica, following a string of murders at that start at Tesa, the guild leader of the Orzhov guild, having this big party. So we have a lot of detective-y things going on. We have detective as a creature type. We have our ace detective who's on the case, who perhaps we'll get to see here. A murder, most foul. Let's see if we can take a look at mechanics before we... Did they reprint the card Murder? Absolutely, yes. Let's just quick open a pack. I'll quick talk about some of the mechanics that we see first. Fairy Snoop here, who is a snooping detective, you can tell by the silly hat. One of the main mechanics in this set is Disguise. If you are familiar with Morph, that's 99% of the rules of Disguise. Congratulations. The only difference between Morph and Disguise is that Disguise is strictly better, some air quotes, in that your 2/2 gets Ward 2. The in-between on like Hexproof, that means you have to pay 2 more to target it. But it is Morph. It's Morph, but harder to kill the face-down creature. You don't keep the ward on the face-up. So... do we have any other mechanics on? Okay, Ezrim shows off another one of the main mechanics, clues. So you can kind of see the idea of the flavor in the set. Morph here is part of the like mystery of the murders, you know. Who could the culprit be? Clues are a very obvious bit to have for like, you know, a set about murder mysteries. We have a card called Chalk Outline. You know. That sort of thing. Let me see if I can get text for a couple of the other main mechanics before we go into the draft. One of the other mechanics is that we just have Thraben Inspector. That's a mechanic. Suspect. Suspect is a bit we have in red-black, and a couple of, and other colors as well, but red-black is the focus. If a creature is a suspect, it gains menace and can't block. It has notoriety. One other thing to note with Morph, if you remember, Cons of Tarkir, there was a rule in place for Morphs, where in order for a Morph when a Morph flipped up, or when a Morph fought another Morph, so you play a Morph for 3, your opponent plays a Morph for 3. In order for your Morph to cleanly beat your opponent's Morph in combat on the flip up, you need to pay 5 or more. It's the same rule that Cons had in its design. There is no such thing as a Morph below 5 mana that will clean win a fight. You'll get trade, you'll get bounce, you'll get like maybe some effect that makes the combat weird, but you will not get a clean trade unless you're paying 5 or more for the flip up.
Talking about that Morph rule.
Morph rule.
Right.
There are a couple that like, again, there's some that like get close. There's some that flip up and do like exile tricks. There's some that make tokens, but you need to pay 5 in order to get the clean 0 for 1 trade. Otherwise, you're getting either a bounce off or a 1 for, or a just a trade. We've shown Suspect, we've shown Disguise, and got some nice duels. Temples can go fall in a hole. Goodbye.
Surveil isn't strictly better than Scry.
Mountain and Plains is basically.
Yeah,
These are
that
tight.
is,
These are
but
also,
I know.
temples.
I know.
Temples.
But
Temples are really bad duels anyway. Like they're not great.
I know.
Like,
The Scry one has been one of the less useful upsides on a duel historically.
yeah. Well,
Even Gain Life is honestly.
I feel like
better.
the thing is that temples, because they were printed at Rare and Theros, they get thrown in the comparator against rare duels when they basically don't.
Among rare duels,
they're like bottom of the. They're like
Yeah.
bottom of it. Doc is quiet.
That happens. Ooh, that's nice reminder text on this spell can't be countered, just so you know. Like, my opinion of telling you, like...
Yeah. So one other bit here, the other mechanic, which is kind of a, like, delve side step, collect evidence. If you collect
looking
6...
at mana value.
Yeah, so you when you play the spell, you can remove 6 mana's worth of spells from your grave in order to do the good thing. Some of these have like there's a lot of different ways this can be implemented. There's a card that has like ward, you have to remove 4, like collect 4 evidence for it. Things like that. So it's the black green
God damn it.
focused.
Sorry, it's just another instance of I have ward, exile X cards from your graveyard.
Yeah.
In mine.
They gave the morph creature's ward and half the removal can't be countered. I find that a really weird choice. Like, it's the regenerate thing. Why make regenerate if all your removal spells say can't be regenerated, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, if all your removal spells just say you can't be countered, like ward doesn't exist. Fun.
Yeah, it's also very much creating a striation of these are the good removal spells and these are the bad removal spells in the set, you know.
But yeah, so like as a piece of the evidence bit. See, oh wow, cease here. I like that art. Cease desist. There's the cycle of, you know, split cards. This card in our grave is worth a lot of mana compared to what we cast it for. So
yeah, because the on split cards, the mana value of a card and not on the stack is the combined mana value of the two of them, right?
Yep. So
Judith.
So yeah, you can collect these skulls.
You know what's been an odd thing about Ravnica is I think technically every Ravnica set, the Rakdos have actually been good guys.
So in the first cycle, I remember specifically Rakdos like beats the hell out of some Nephilim that are going wild.
Yeah,
like that's the action Rakdos takes within the story is beating the snot out of like Ink Shredder Nephilim.
And like Malfagor is one of the main defensive threats on Ravnica until the Mizzet ascends again in War of the Spark, if I remember right. Or not Ravnica. Sorry, Ravnica himself. Not Ravnica. Rakdos himself.
Rakdos, not Malfagor. Yeah, Malfagor is shards.
Malfagor is a different. Yeah, I don't know why it said Malfagor. It's the guild is named after the guy. I should have known.
But yeah, like you know, in War of the Spark, we've got Rakdos carrying Gideon on his back.
Yeah. It's been very funny. I like that about it because like I think that there's a straight up disconnect of every single card. They're like, you know, they don't like playing into the fact that they're all entertainment, not just the blood the blood circus.
I do enjoy that in this set we have this murder mystery story where we're following a Dimir assassin who did the murders but doesn't remember doing the murders, and so we're trying to figure out what happened there. And there's a point in the middle of the story where all of a sudden, like Massacre Girl tries to kill Aurelia, and like there's this big infighting within Rakdos because it's like they're just trying, like somebody's trying to take advantage of the murderers to do some other shit. It's great. Anyway, that's all the mechanics. Let's get into drafting.
I'm cooking right now as well, so I'll be in and out. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. Let me get in here. Take a quick look at the what we're doing. Detectives are actually a big enough thing in this to be like a like called out draft archetype. As I said, suspect in Rakdos. Clues are a big thing in Dimir. Big disguise. I love that. Gruul is all about big disguises. Quite like the story for this one. Yes. The story for this one is told over 10 plus story articles by one author, and like that author does a really good job at like having like character interactions, small things within Ravnica, and like in the commentary that they have, it's really clear that they are having a good time with it and really enjoying it. Haven't paid much attention to the story. Why is a murder on Ravnica a big deal? Because it's multiple guild leaders. The murdered party is Zagana, the leader of the Simic, and then 3 days later, Teysa, the leader of the Orzhov. Now for the Orzhov, that's not like, that's not like that's not the end of things. Ghosts and all that. But like multiple guild leaders being killed within a week, like that's an upheaval of Ravnican society. Like that's bad news. So big disguise makes me think Dino with a big funny mustache. All right, let's take a look. Let's start things off. Let's see what we jump in with. But yeah, I would recommend the story articles for this set. They're well written. They're a self-contained chunk and have enough room to breathe, which has actually been a big issue with some of the previous stories. Having 10, chapters is enough room for it to build a mystery. Having like, who could have done this? Like what factions would have motive or means? We have a Dimir assassin who claims to not have memories of the murders. Who could, there's who would benefit from these murders? Why are they still occurring? So, all right, let's jump in. Oh, so Kellen has been our like kind of through line character within the sets. Kellen is a half human, half fae teen from Eldraine. Is nominally involved in the set. Is working under the lead detective on the case. Has some good stuff with Kaya. And then learns, I'm a fae and can fly. And that's the big jump.
I've returned.
We have a killer among us.
Amogus. Huh? All right.
We got this. I love this card.
That's an excellent
Can't
name.
be blocked by a creature who doesn't have a name.
Okay, what does that mean, actually?
Morphs.
Okay, excellent. Right,
It means morphs. It specifically means morphs can't block you.
That is a very fun
because they have been, like you chump, like, get out of my way, like the rebel. Like
it's a great, it's a great bit of rules text as flavor text.
Yes. 10th District Hero, this is a figure of destiny that references a character who's shown up on some flavor text on some 10th District cards in previous sets. Very powerful on that last line, and it's just other creatures you control have indestructible.
Tokens have names, unless they are specifically do not have names.
Yeah, face-down creatures don't have names because they're face down. I'm going to go ahead and pick the Gadabout and try to keep with Kellen here. So Kellen... the through line with Kellen is that Kellen has been slowly shifting colors as we've been going through sets. Kellen has kind of landed in, started in Boros, and then was Celestia in the last set, and now is in Simic, which now matches Oko, his dad. Oh, I have to introduce you to one of my favorite goblins ever. I want you to just appreciate her. She's this crime novelist. She's just this tiny goblin who's writing, like, crime novels.
Makes sense. Covert Ambusher.
We got Shock. I'm gonna go ahead and take...
just straight up Shock proper.
I'm gonna take Repulsive Mutation. Put X counters on target creature, then counter a target spell unless its controller pays mana equal to its greatest power.
So I know that there are duels at rare. What is the otherwise like fixing?
None. Zero. Zip. Nada. Nothing.
Oh, this is not a. This is not a Ravnica heavy multiplayer set.
Like the existing mana fixing outside of those is like the generic stuff you might expect in a set. There are no common duels. The fixing is like the fact that Disguise has hybrid on some of its bits.
I kind of like how I kind of like that specifically because it's like, yeah, Ravnica can do other things. It's not just always what you associate Ravnica with.
Magnetic Snuffler.
It'd be Snufflin', that's for sure.
I believe in this. Crowd Control Warden. We're not paying the white. We're going to flip this down and then up.
Yeah, and that's going to be a mono green creature.
Yeah, and when it flips up, it puts a million 1/1 counters on it. It becomes huge. Unauthorized exit. This is a bounce.
Seems pretty all right.
Here's our Loxodon, who's just this Hellion who shows up in the middle of the market.
Just a fucking portal to Jund opens up and like it just reaches on out. Hey, what's up?
What up?
I'm here to eat. There are Hellions in Ravnica as well, if I remember right. So it's not like they're...
I love... Airtight Alibi. Red's... I'm sorry. Hold on.
Wait.
Wait.
Is this shock, foil, shock, but they're not showing you a foil?
There's not foils on here. Like, MTGA doesn't have foils.
So this... Is this an instance of...
Is this...
It technically has a foil slot still, but is...
Is this like... Is this like matching the change to paper packs? Print runs? Is that what's going on here?
I don't know. There are 2 shocks in this pack, and that's weird.
Yeah. Dog walking.
Oh yeah, that dog. That's an actual dog that the artist has, I think.
Damn, I'm looking at colors here and thinking about not being in the colors I'm in, just as a...
Listen, you're seeing that now. It might change back in the next pack.
I know, but
Simic is the way to go still.
I know, but like I'm gonna pick the literal like 2 mana removal spell. I want the dog walker too. That one's actually very powerful. Okay, so this is matching paper. So the quick of it is that this set coincides with a change in pack structure involving a list of cards called the List, which are a curated set of reprints that like have their own slot except for sometimes, but only sometimes, but not always. It would take me basically an hour to explain the whole of it, but just know that there has been a shift in the way that packs are structured, and now random cards from random other sets can show up, like Columbo, the hard evidence crab.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a card that can show up. Yeah, okay, white looking.
Yeah, Boros is looking like the way to go. I'm assuming a lot of green and a lot of blue were open in the other packs, and like everyone saw the same thing.
Oh,
It hasn't. I saw one a moment ago, but when we actually get one where we actually want to read it, I want to point out that I think that cases are a very ugly card type.
Agreed.
They're
don't.
missing some things that make like the classes worked visually, because they had like a couple of borders and stuff. Cases don't. It's just text, and the resolution thing is in the middle. It's so weird.
I don't like the way that they have a full turn delay. Like that's a really awkward to work around. This is kind of
all right. So I think you're shifting into red at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
well, God, do I want that or do I want galvanize? So galvanize here is
straight up galvanize. Yeah.
This is our like. And shock.
Maybe consider, is it
or Gruul?
Or Gruul, yeah. Or you just go ahead and gate crash this and just fucking do 3-color no fixing.
Oh god, another Simic mythic. Elf, Ooze, Wizard.
Okay.
So Cloak is the equivalent of Manifest.
Is the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that card is fucking ridiculous and limited. That's going to get you a 2/2 every fucking turn, you know?
Yeah, and when I don't have cards that are 2/2s left, it's pump your team.
That thing is an engine in and of itself. That you want that, I think.
All right, let's assume Simic then, or
like yes, you have a pretty good amount of red here, but like your Simic is really good.
Yeah, I'm not reading all that. I didn't read it the first time this card was printed. I ain't reading it the second time. Excuse? Huh. Yeah, okay.
Wait, hold on.
Sorry, it's just common 3/3 flyer makes a clue on death. Okay.
Yeah, it's a common, huh? It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Also, what is is this the fact that the cold case cracker gets destroyed and leaves behind the information that they found?
Yeah.
I don't know what the idea behind the flavor of.
Okay.
Is.
All right. All right. Okay. I think I think
that actually 3 colors is the way to go here.
Put up to X lands from hand or grave on the battlefield tapped.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right.
I wouldn't expect this one to go very, very well, but I mean, the cards in question here seem really good. That's the second crypt text that has been opened. Hey, wait. Here we go.
No, this isn't the land I thought it was. No.
This is a fucking reflecting pool, basically. It doesn't fix you for anything but double. I guess technically it does specifically. This could tap that centaur for green or white, even though you only cast paid green for it over time, I guess.
I'm depressed
also,
at it.
These motherfuckers artifact land clue. How dare you?
Yeah, Anyway, this set also has a clue, like, literal, the board game bit going on. So there's a cycle of artifacts that are clue equipment, and it's exactly the ones you think. I'm taking Galvanize out of this pack, by the way. Yes. Candles, it's all the weapons that aren't a gun. Ooh. Okay.
That is a really...
That's a nice direction.
Drake. I like this.
This comes with a card? This comes with an Investigate. Ooh.
It comes with an Investigate, and also it is actually a 2/2 because you play it, you crack the thing next turn. Oh god, we're gonna die to fixing so bad. But let's go.
It sucks because there's also, this is the land I want. This is
Take it then. Take that. You want to make sure you'd be able to play things.
Never.
All right.
Here, this is how we fix it. Basic land cycling.
All right, basic land cycling. All right, fine. Take it.
Is this fixing?
Any one color. That's cute, by the way, that this is a... Disguise is, I guess, Disguise is a slightly, No, I guess that technically speaking, you could have put morph on any
Yeah, well, I mean,
type.
Zoetic Cavern exists, you know?
Yeah.
There's literally no difference between Disguise and Morph other than
the ward.
The ward. It is the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's read a case.
Here's the big problem I have with this. That it's right below the name of the card. That the fact that this has rules text right there with no banner, no nothing. It's like, it is an ugly this is an ugly piece of graphic design, if you ask me.
For me, it's the to solve and solved. I don't like that at all.
I don't like that either.
That's
what it's worth. I don't like that the resolution mechanic of this card is in the middle. I don't like that. I just, in general, the card type is ugly. It's just, I think that in particular, there was not enough work put into the visual aspect of it, and I think it doesn't work. Wrong one.
So if this is matching paper, these exist in, I think, 1 in every 6 or 8, I think, packs. And then, like, the cards from out of set exist in 1 of every 8 packs. And I'm just going to take more Galvanizes.
Sounds good to me. Straight removal's good.
Amogus. Alright, when a killer among us enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 human, merfolk, and goblin. Then choose human, merfolk, or goblin. Sacrifice among us. Reveal the creature type. Give an attacking token of that type +3/+3 counters in Death Touch.
Odd. It's an odd card. It's a very flavorful card, but it's an odd card. Kellen 2?
Kellen 2, the sequel to Kellen. Look, 3/4 flyer that, like, draws cards.
Also, useful thing about it is that, hey, you can just cast the adventure. The adventure's not legendary, right?
Yes.
Like, you can just... having multiples of Kellen's actually perfectly fine. You don't have to care about legendary on them.
Yeah, Mill 3, Return all lands tapped. Another gadget. By the way, this is a really cool card. Buried in the Garden. This is O-Ring plus Fertile Ground.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay.
Which I think is super cool. We can't play it because it's too off, but...
Yeah. It is 4 mana for fixing on... Well, I guess it's technically also ramp, but... But the O-Ring, half of it by itself pays for that cost anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that combination too would normally, that's something you would expect to be like 2+3, and you get it for 4 instead of 5.
Shock. Like, how many burn spells is bad and limited? I think the answer is there is no number of that's the case.
So shock, what shock does is that it 1-to-1
painfully
trades.
Kills disguises. 6 mana double striker 3/2. All right.
Sure. I love the flavor on Innocent Bystander here, which is like, if you kill the Innocent Bystander, nobody notices. But if you, like, splatter Innocent Bystander...
Yeah.
Well, all right, hold on. Why did somebody hit you with a rock, right? Like, why?
Rocks only do 2 damage, sir. It's whoever crushed him under a big ass rock.
Yeah, who put you under Shivan Meteor, you know?
Mm-hmm. casting Shivan Meteor on that to deal. Shivan Meteor is 13 damage, right? Because
Yes.
and the Urza's Meteor, whatever, is the 20 damage one.
Star of Calamity, or you know. All right. I also think this deck ended up being, is it splash green?
Casting Blasphemous Act, catching an innocent bystander in the fray. People must know what happened here.
The people need to know. So we have 3 Gadget Tactician, which on play or turn face up, you get a Thopter, which I think that's pretty nice. Gear Drake wants us to sack artifacts. World Soul Rage. And then, like, I might just ignore, like, as much of the green. Because, like, the green I want to play is the fixing, but I don't want my fixing on my 3rd color. You know what I mean? This curve is lying to you. This is a lie. This is useless information. This is just so wrong. Yeah, okay. That's right, no 3-drops. I actually think I'd rather take the trick and then... So these 2 are playable because they flip up for double blue and double red. Not for, you know, hybrid we can kind of sidestep. So our green is Kellen, Vanifar, World Soul's Rage, and Mutation. Little worried about our curve, because, like, we only have a couple 2s. Let's give it a shot. This one is going to take, like, 2 losses to mana. The hope is that we get to our, like, 6 wins before we take those 2 losses to mana. Absol Blue. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. We're gonna play Pyrotechnic Performer on 2. Okay, this hand kicks ass. We're playing mono red. We got the beatdown. So, face down card, by the way. I love the... It's just like somebody in a crowd. Who knows? We're here for ass kicking. Um... The defenestrated phantom. This land, by the way, the more I think about it, the more I like this because it's a land that sacks for a card. That's why I can't come untapped. That's way too much. Okay. The beatdown. Our opponent needs to stop. So this just domes our opponent for power equal to flip up. This card is like wildly good reach. Okay. Mono red. Maybe I should have drafted mono red. Shit, I want to draft mono red now. Now I just want to ignore, like, so we talked about it right at the beginning that the fixing in this set is not a normal Ravnica fixing where there's not a ton at common. You know what I mean? Like, there's not, every Ravnica set has had, like, common sets of duels, Karus, gates, etc. And, like, signets, clue stones. We just don't have, things like that. We don't have any of those. The smoothing in the set is Morph, because Morph lets you pay 3 colorless for whatever. The detective set doesn't have clue stones. I think that's because clue stones aren't very good. That is tragic, because, like, clue stones are, like, you know? Damn, yeah. I'm just gonna play this card. In the world of Morphs, the 2-mana 3/2 is king. They got a counterless pay 2, suspect. Oh! Etrata. Death Touch. Face down creatures you control have 4. Turn this face up if you can't. Huh. So you can pay 4 to flip anything up. Oh god, this is terrifying. You get a 2/2 every time you... Oof. I can't stop that. That's a Death Toucher. Oof. This is a mythic that's gonna be ass-kicking. Like, just make a 2/2 on hit. Ugh. Yeah, I don't have a good answer to that. Like, Galvanize needs assistance. So 4 to flip this up. I'm gonna go for double block and get this out of the way. If we get a removal spell here, it's pretty bad. But I need a Trotta off the table, or else we're just dying to, problems. I think they have a kill spell for the Cold Case Cracker, and then we're gonna lose the face down to Death Touch. But I don't think we can win if I don't make this move, because, like, we can't beat steady stream of 2/2s. Oh, it's even worse. So bounce is awful here, because even if it died, I could just, like, pop the clue and galvanize to get that off the table. But now that's not even a line. This is pretty bad. You get +1/+1 lifelink menace if creature leaves a grave. Try to block here. It's our own creature. How bad could it be? It sucks because we're even holding our removal spell, but we need to be able to draw a card to make this deal 5, and this thing just has 4 toughness, so we need to have it powered. Yep, so 2/2 dies, 2/2 comes back. Gear Drake, we'll be able to get it off the table here. What does this do? When you sack a clue, return from grave to hand. Oh, and that triggers the... Okay, interesting. Also 3 power flyer. Okay, so... Gleaming Gear Drake. This gets us a clue. Pop the clue. This gets us drawn a second card on the turn. And then that means Galvanize is on. So, like, get this the hell out of here, please. Okay. We have removed the biggest set of problems. We need to get to green for Kellen, which I was sad we weren't able to play this land here, but, like, gotta play what I gotta play. Oh, God, we are just getting smoked. That even, like, stops my death trigger. You need to trade with the flyer. Alright. Giant body, let's go. This has reach. So they can still attack for 1 in the air. The Cold Case Cracker is a 1/1 assassin that has gained Death Touch in addition to its types. Or in addition to all its other texts. We're gonna take 1 there. Our cards are pretty powerful here, but like we have to beat through 20 plus a full hand, like full hand. They've missed land drops, so like these are active spells. So, okay, I don't think I have time for Kellen to play Investigate. I need the body. So, Flying Vigilance. We have a threat. Yikes. So, whenever a creature leaves your grave, triggers off of the evidence collection. The evidence collection makes this big edict. And now we just die to damage here, like... I can't block the Rot Farm Mortipede, so we're dead here. Damn! Oof, very clean. Had a lot of trouble dealing with the early Etrata, and then, like, really never recovered from that point. Not a loss to mana. It's interesting. I feel like focusing on near mono color might be the outcome for this set. near mono or 2, like, obviously. You know? Maybe that's what our deck looks like. Maybe this is fine. Maybe our deck just gives us 3 of the same basic every game. It's fine. Escape Tunnel here is an upgrade on Terramorphic Expanse / Evolving Wilds, one of the cleanest cards in Magic. I don't know how I feel about that card needing extra text, because I think of it as the platonic ideal of fixing. But, like, it's certainly neat. Case of the Shattered Pact, on come in, searches a basic, so this is like, you know, fixing, and then if you get all 5 colors, it becomes an enchantment that hands off a bunch of keywords. Oh, I don't mean the power creeping. I mean the specific, like, yes, Fabled Passage. I mean like, those are 2 different things. You have to understand. A rare and a common are not, I don't consider those comparable. Like, Fabled Passage existing doesn't do anything for the existence of Evolving Wilds. It's not like Fabled Passage is being printed at common in sets, right? Well, our opponent is... Oh, that's just cool, actually. They win this way. But more that I think that they're like this very ideal, simple card. All right, so 3-color Bant. They haven't searched the 4th color. They might use hybrids to get this, because it's color of permanence. So they might use some hybrid flip cards to get to it. Oh my god. How do we want to do this? So they missed a land drop. They milled the Maverick. The Maverick here has Scavenge. Maverick hunting. We can use unauthorized exit to kind of stop that. 4 cards in hand and a clue. We've got a grip, but we're off red. We have Kellen just as a... So Kellen, by the way, has destroy an artifact on attack. But if it's an artifact you control, draw. So it lets you, like, pop a clue, like, for 0, you know what I mean?
Almost done cooking. All right.
All right. Welcome to game.
How have things been going?
We're currently 1-1.
Okay.
Our first run was we played mono red and our opponent died on turn 4.
That's pretty good. Blowing mono red in your 3-color deck is usually a good way to win, I feel
yeah,
like.
it was like turn 2, we played a 3-2, then we played removal, another body, removal, and then our opponent died.
Makes sense.
Okay. Hey, no. Hope you're doing good. So...
Giving soup, I know how that is.
So they've got a morph. They can flip, you know, then they've got mana to flip that up for big. we've got a bounce spell, which is all, you know, as we've seen in our return to cons, these sort of things work havoc on morphs if they're big. I'm worried we just have like the... Do we have the 4-mana O-ring? We probably have like the O-ring, and that's what we're doing to Kellen here, the Fertile Ground. The Aftermath Analyst pulls back all lands. They mill 3, or they milled 2 and drew 1, so they can get 3 lands back if they tapped, if they pay 4 on this. Obviously, we'd love to draw red so we can start playing cards. We're not off of plays, because we still have 3/3 flyer that makes Clue and our Thopter Maker. And we can pop clues with Kellen for free. I don't think Kellen's living through the turn, though. Something tells me that Kellen's dying here. Our opponent's been looking at Kellen too much. Yeah, this deck is definitely, like, just... the mana base in here is god-awful.
As expected, yeah.
Yeah. Our second game, we played against the most smooth Dimir player in the world.
Just unloaded, like, every single tempo play possible. No problem.
Counter R2, and then their 3 was... Oh, yep, that's... that's... +2/+0 bite. That does it. I knew that... I told you Kellen wasn't living through that turn. But no, like... Their play on 3 was Itrata, the assassin, who has, like, the most hyper-Ophidian ability on a 1/4 Death Toucher. And we couldn't answer her for quite some time. Hedge Whisper. That's terrifying.
For as long as you can, as long as it remains tapped. All right. So the land will stay up, actually.
Yeah. I like... Okay. Yeah.
Bravery currently beats their board, but it's likely not going to just... It doesn't beat the land that they're going to make.
Yeah. And bounce the Hedge Whisper to turn that off. Oh boy.
It's actually spookier, honestly.
I'll buy here. Okay.
Undercover Crocodile, huh? This is
the investigator.
Yeah.
Alright. Bite here, see what's up. We have a bounce spell. No, thank you.
A 7/7.
I'm good, thanks. So they get a clue.
Mountain would be nice.
Yeah, at this stage, it's not enough anymore, though.
Yeah.
We're like... Again, I said this at the beginning. I made this bed when I.
This is extremely
I will lie in it.
It absolutely.
I will
is.
lie in this bed.
I told you to pick up
Yes.
a different piece of fixing
Yep.
that you saw, and you pass it up.
Yep. I am convinced that wasn't the issue. The issue was choosing to play 3 colors, not picking the fixing pieces. The issue is that the green is in the deck at all, rather than.
See, I don't think the green's the problem. I think I actually think the red is typically the problem, even though you pick more red.
Well, the red's all a removal.
Yeah, but I feel like there was likely things you could have picked over the red cards you grabbed that would have put the deck in a slightly different direction, pack 2 onwards.
Sure.
When you saw that Simic Mythic, I think that should have been hard commit territory.
What? I don't know if you've looked at the spoiler for the set, Numbitten. Fixing the set isn't real. There's almost none. Okay. Okay.
Will you please move? There we go. Good kitty. I don't know what you do to come back from this.
We don't.
Yeah, I think you die, is what happens.
I've been doing math on if we can, like, burn out our opponent, but, like, 15 is way too high for that to be possible.
And you only have 10 in burn anyway, right?
Yeah. Okay, we're dead to that. So, okay. Guess they have 3 big attackers. We have 2 blockers. Alright, get that out of the way. Let's try and have a bit more of a clean... The red is the more important color. I wonder if I can swap up the mana any better. Probably not, because, like, our deck is already playing on, again, the worst mana base I've seen in quite some time.
Well, you're not playing the Topiary Panther?
Green's the splash color.
I suppose, yeah.
Like, the problem is that I need to draw the green in order to fix into it. No, the branch is fixing, actually. Like, in that situation, if I had drawn the branch, like, 3 turns earlier, this would have swapped into a mountain and let us cast, like, 2 of our red spells in hand. It wouldn't have been a mountain specifically, but it would have let us cast half of those. Like, we could swap it out for a mountain to try to have more red and give that up. Maybe that's just better. But that was the idea, is that it's a little bit more of a...
It's a land that...
That's me being greedy.
It is a land that can technically play 2 red cards in 1 turn off of itself.
Drill.
If you have other mana to back it up. Oh, you have Mountain and Island and Shock in your hand, so
Not only that, but I have a 3/2 for...
yeah.
And multiple pieces of removal. Like, yeah, okay.
If you just draw a forest, that'd be pretty good. That'd be good gameplay in Magic, I think.
I ain't shocking you. Sadly, missing the third land is quite bad for, like, dealing with morphs. Yeah.
Yeah, because you
Like,
can't shock.
Yeah, we're now in the worst position because we're on the back foot by one turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still doing this, but like if I was able to end step that, we'd be in a much cleaner position right now.
Absolutely. What was it?
4/3 flyer.
The phantom that was thrown out of a window.
Yes. Okay. Ooh, this one's cool. Enchanted creature gets hexproof, +1/+1 flying.
Hexproof until end of turn.
Yes.
All right.
Hexproof on the cast, and then +1/+0 flying on the...
Mm-hmm. You can use it as a combat trick, as a counter spell.
Speaking of... No thanks. I'll take my 2 for 1.
Gearbane Orangutan, I'm assuming, is a shatter on a creature.
Yes.
Or something. Oh, interesting. Also lets you eat something that's around.
So this is Murder on the Orient Express, the damage equal to creature count. Okay. Okay. Three, 2, when it dies, make a 2/2. Sure. Ah, the Private Eye. This is a killer. Killing this doesn't do anything. If I don't block, I go to 5 and die on the next turn because this flips. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright. That is not unexpected with how bad the mana base on this was. Let's go ahead and give this a roll where we're not picking 3 colors at all. That's just a plum mistake. The first game, the game that went best for us was where we just were mono red. I still want dogs. That's what I'm after in this set. I wanna draft dogs. Alright, Assassin's Trophy, don't care about that. Agency Outfitter... No, okay. Ah! Thraben Inspector, or 2 mana, you know, our Journey to Nowhere. Both of which are good things to start on. Thraben Inspector is one of the best creatures. This is a very clean removal spell. Consultant's also good. I like the white in this pack. I like the gardens as well. I'm gonna pick the binding. I'm between that and the inspector. I'm not certain. Oh, what do you do? Enters the battlefield when you solve a case. I stop reading the card. Okay. Hellion Slimes Against Humanity. Yeah. Hunter is fine. Don't care. It has 500 lines of text about cases. I'm not interested. Like, nah, I feel good about that. Ooh, Mana Leak. Lamasu. Ooh, also an inspector. Does it matter just to go in on? I think I'm going to go with the Inspector and hope that we're able to get a dual color card back because nobody is in that direct color combination. I think that's a better thought process. Flying whenever an objective comes under control, or objective face up, +1/+1. Another binding? I don't mind if I do. Also Detective Liker. This is an interesting one with because both the Cold Case Cracker and the Inspector are detectives. Nice lifelink early threat. Dramatic Accusations, also a removal spell. Case of the pilfered proof. Blind vigilance, tap target creature.
I've returned. I'm assuming 1-1-3.
Oh yeah, our mana blew up in like multiple games as expected. They just happened early.
I now have my actual dinner finished and I'm good to go. Anyway, it's like you started another one at 8, which means you're pretty much on time.
Yeah,
know?
basically. What? Oh, God, sorry. Wait, hold on. So there's like double up common slot plus card from Innistrad. Okay.
So where's that second common coming from?
I think
if that's not,
so. There's
Vermin
a
Guild is on the list.
Okay, so the redesign of, like I said, talking about the redesign of packs would literally take me an hour to fully explain. The quick of it is there's like a rare slot, a fake rare slot, a list slot that's sometimes a common, and then another slot that could be a rare, but also could just be any card, and that one doesn't follow collation of the other cards, I think.
Okay, so that's where that's coming
from.
And
I might just be wrong and lying to you on that. Like,
I accept lies.
So,
believable lies work as well for explaining to me, I think.
Yeah.
That's functionally a slow mono white card, or...
Yeah. Or this is like tap a creature, doesn't untap, and then shuffle it in. We have a ton of removal. I want creatures more than I want anything else right at the moment. Actually, not as much removal as I want. Huh? Sure, Consultant.
That does attack as a 3/3 at times.
Okay, my plan backfired spectacularly. Damn. None of the blue white cards are back in here. It looks like those got picked up pretty quickly.
A couple of nights ago, Shoro Kojo played a commander deck that was, I think 90, not 90, but like 80 Slimes Against Humanities, Thrumming Stone, and like a couple of other cards. So he just played, Slime Against Humanity once and then played all 80 of them out of his deck.
Just thrumming for 1,000,000 slimes. Nice.
Yeah.
Outrageous robbery. Steal everything. Course to kill. This is the mind control that turns it into a 1/1 with Death Touch. It keeps all its other text, but like, yeah, it is still a mind control. This is a detective. Detectives all have the silly hat. Well, okay. Detectives almost all have the silly hat.
This one's a novice. He hasn't done the silly hat yet. Okay, here we go.
Now hold on.
Well, this is a multiplayer card, but it's still a card that works here too.
The other pick here, lightning helix. I can walk dogs.
Straight up lightning helix, huh?
Yeah, just lightning helix.
Neat. All right.
So this makes like 100 million clues. Like, if you're anywhere, if your board state looks anything like
what it's looked like, it makes probably like at least 3 or 4 clues most of the time.
This is pretty cool. Castigate, that sometimes gets you a 1/1 flyer if you hit a really low ball on it. Another robbery. Destroy target token.
That hits clues. That hits a bunch of things.
Yeah.
Be careful about using it against someone who just has mana to crack that clue. Doesn't change the fact that they got destroyed, but they still get the draw.
Yeah, we're seeing blue and white being reasonably cut off here, which sadly was to be expected after what Pack 1 looked like on the wheel.
All things considered, I adore that there is in fact just a card in Magic now of knife.
Knife. I really like knife. And like pipe, lead pipe, rope. Rope?
Bombs? Well, no bombs.
No bombs? Oh, well, I mean,
that's great.
You know,
that's actually,
you know,
even though they've been taking stuff from you, this is a good sign.
You know, well, that's you know, maybe that's fine.
That's a hint of where the blue and white players are that this has come at this point. Also might mean that there are players who are playing blue and white, but are not playing specifically blue-white.
Destroy target tap. Okay, thank you. Yes. Oh, the sorcery. That's still fine.
It's removal. It's bad removal, but it's removal.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be the one casting due diligence. Is the thing. This card is I don't know. I'm not a big fan of aura. Surveillance. Whenever you collect evidence, make a thopter. Oh, this is like. Sure. Okay. I feel quite good about just having enough interactive elements. I just need creatures that I like, because, like, I don't know. Rope? It's rope, lamp oil. What?
No, hold on.
Am I?
Just straight up murder.
Am I like?
Here he is.
Have I just like kind of? Do I? I don't know. Sometimes I like see cards in drafts and think maybe I've just completely lost it. I don't know.
Like just assuming how in the world is murder this late,
yeah, like
sort of thing.
Yeah. Am I misreading the format this much?
Like, do people think that this is like the format in which removal is bad?
I don't know.
Somehow.
Yeah,
I don't think that's possible.
I'm gonna try reading this a second time. My eyes are glazing over. Okay, I'm gonna try reading this a third time. When case file auditor enters the battlefield, and whenever you solve a case, look at the top 6 card of your library, reveal an enchantment, put it in your hand. Then rest of the bottom, you may cast mana as or any color cast.
So, are you gonna pick something? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I just burden of proof.
I just like seeing that. Well, yeah, he's nice.
So, I think the entirety of the relevant text on that card is when you play it top 6 for an enchantment, because the cases just don't like You're not playing 5-color cases. Care about cold case cracker more than I care about burden of proof.
Oh, this is neat. This is kind of like that Innistrad demon or human, or non-human or human enchant aura. I remember that one.
Yeah, I think the more I'm reading that card, I think I'm being blinded by the fact that it has like 10 lines and I don't care about 8 of them, because like top 6 grab a binding seems like fine. Delver is human on both sides.
I think sequel to Delver is a human on one of its sides still too.
Front side.
Yeah, I know that the backside is Eldrazi insect. I think the front side is still human insect or human insect horror or something.
Oh, this bounces on flip up. Oh.
That's pretty good.
Okay. I like that.
An unreactable bounce. That sounds pretty good. Seasoned consultants do get better in multiples by virtue of being more creatures that also benefit from it.
I might be missing something. This is not a deck I plan on having much of a top end to, if possible. That's why I'm picking a lot of these 2-drops. Cats. This cat isn't very great. I like the art, though. The art's very fun.
In this case, that's going to be more of a downside than an upside. The turning something you into your hand. And even then, it flips up to be a 2/2. It's like
it doesn't change. Yeah, it doesn't change when it flips up. If you would draw a card while you have no cards in your library, skip that draw. As long as there are no cards in your library, Living Conundrum is a 10/10 flying vigilance with hexproof.
That's neat.
That's cute.
It's I don't think that's gonna happen, but it's neat.
Sure, we can pick up another one of these witnesses. Pick your poison. Huh, sure.
Another cold case cracker. All right.
And...
possible... I don't know what that does.
Airtight alibi.
I like the art in this set in general. You got neat things like that one on the left. Or Airtight Alibi is kind of interesting.
I like
stuff.
The Airtight Alibi and that creature enchantment I just passed up. Both are really strong.
Yeah. The artists in general did a great job on this set. I just feel like their graphic design team did not do a very good job with cases.
My problem isn't the graphics on the cases. My problem is like the one-turn delay. It's just such a weird bit to it. I don't know. Accusation. And these, put this in. Put an A, Croc Elf. Wants us to play swamps and forests. Help.
Suggestatron never dies. It lives on in a different game.
Yep. Alright, get the hell out of here. Alright, so exit. Burden proof. I don't think I'm going to play that. I think I'm just going to keep the deck as is. And I didn't grab any of the Agency Outfitter cards, did I? So this Outfitter grabs Magnifying Glass and or Thinking Cap.
Oh, he's the one who gives them to the detectives.
Yes, this is the Outfitter.
They're equipped.
Yeah, this is why all the detectives have... Okay, hold on. Eliminating the Impossible here has the fraudster art. that's the like fraudsters in your area. Alright. I'm worried that this deck is trying to pass itself off as an aggro deck, but like it's a bunch of 1/2s and 1/3s. We'll see how that plays.
Well, those 1/3s should be 3/3s in practice, but on attack anyway.
Yeah. There it is.
Crap. And that crab block's good in this set, doesn't it?
Yes.
Beats out all those cloaks, all those disguises. This crab is tough as nails.
Okay, this thing gains flying when we play a 2 or power or less. So
interesting. it's curving out really, really good in a mono blue deck.
Yeah.
It's actually text I should have in my set on a common. A lot of generated T2s.
Okay, so this gets to attack now. Thinking cap. Ugh. 4/4, huh?
That's painful.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Kind of the power toughness line that is painful for you.
Yeah, I don't have good options against a line that specifically looks like that. They do have to draw 2 to make this attack, so like it ain't gonna be hitting us all the time. I think we just want to start getting evasive creatures going as quickly as we can. You know, get the witness, just start getting bodies down that fly. I know our opponent is also Azorius, so like they're liable to have their own flyers, but like get things moving now while we can.
Yeah, they're not on the board yet unless that face down card is also able to fly.
Oh.
Alright.
Okay. So Proft is the detective in this set who just knows how to cast
He just knows how to cast
Sphinx's Rev. Yeah.
Sphinx's Revelation at any time.
Yeah.
Okay. Free Sphinx's Rev is kind of wild.
Okay.
Oh, the gargoyle thing is because it's a gargoyle. You know, it's a 2/2 right now, but then it starts to move, and then it's a 3/2 and starts flying. Got it.
So this is repeatable.
Yeah, that's repeatable. Sphinx's Rev. Anytime you have a clue, that's gross.
They don't have any clues. They just have the hat. I don't know why you flipped that up then attacked. I might have like done something differently had you done that different. Okay. Let's... Let's get the card. Okay.
Sorry, what is... Oh, it's Thraben Inspector.
Yeah, this is just Thraben Inspector, yes.
But not specifically Innistrad themed. Okay.
Yes. Good. Good. Okay. So good news, 5 power in flying-ish. At beginning of your upkeep, investigate once for each opponent who has more cards in hand than you. Oh, that's a 4... Damn. Well, my offense. Well... It's even vigilance. Ugh. Tapped creature, huh?
Pretty rough against.
We do have a lot of removal for that. Like we do have like 2 tap it downs and a journey to nowhere. I don't want to draw the card because like we don't want to give them a free card.
You don't want to give them the free chance to cast Sphinx's Revelation on every single turn.
Correct. This combination is a, you know. Yeah, push in for 3. Okay. Let's get our card. Okay.
A second 3/2 dissuades attacks.
It also taps target creature. Like,
Oh, true, yeah, so you can kill it.
yeah, I can just kill it. Trying to figure out this face down. If it's their own copy of Granite Witness, they can flip it up and counter my...
Yeah, they may have been keeping it in the pocket because they don't feel like there's enough reason to cast, like, flip it up yet.
Oh! Alright!
Okay, well, can't counter it this turn anyway. Alright.
Yep, sure, fine. Alright, I can double block it. I need to play that creature so that they can't, you know.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh god!
icy!
Okay, so it was Cat. They get to play Prof, and then Prof makes a clue. You know what I need to draw? I need a... did I put my Trumpet Blast in this deck? Okay. And then equip Prof with the pad. No. Make clues. Sure.
I think their plans going forward is going to be gaining 4, then 5 life and drawing 4, then 5 cards.
Yeah, this makes Thopters, not clues, but the moment they draw a million cards, they're going to you know.
Yeah.
Prof is going to draw 5 cards off of the Rev, which will draw into more clues, likely. This is a sorcery. If they instant speed the draw, we can't hit Prof.
Yeah, push unfortunately is
Yeah.
it's not great.
No, this is probably this is the worst removal spell in our deck. Are they gonna sorcery it? Okay.
They might, because they only want to draw. Like,
Okay. Yeah, they're gonna sorcery it. I thought they were gonna instant that because it doesn't have a sorcery speed need. Anyway, they're at 15, and now like I need to kill Proft. Okay. Thraben Inspector. Sack the clue. If we draw land, we get to loot it. Get the hell out of here.
This name push kills more things than fatal push.
Interesting.
Unless it's a detective you control, so it can hit other detectives and still become 1/1s.
The thought process I'm thinking of is if I want to push this for 2 damage right now.
Yeah.
Like put our opponent to 8 instead of 10, but that doesn't significantly change the claw. Oh god, it kind of does. But like, if they have removal, this also looks really bad to use immediately. Alright. Uh-huh. Big pumps on detectives, and if they draw their second card, they can make one unblockable. We are absolutely chumping. I was planning on blocking with the 2/2 and trying to win in combat here, but that's just not a thing now.
That's not happening anymore because that turns into what, a 2/3 now? 3/3? Sorry, no.
4/4.
It's plus.
Plus 2/2.
Yeah. I mean that. Okay, I was thinking like casting it on the other guy, but that still turns it into, I think it's a 3.
Yeah, it still becomes like.
It's a 3/4 in fact. It then loses -1/-1.
Alright, well. Get in here with the courier, because it loots on attack.
Well, surveil is better than not.
Yeah, it's better than nothing. You're not a detective? You don't have a hat? No!
It's a courier.
Alright.
Ooh. Painful.
I'll take it.
Mistake you only make once.
Yeah, advisor.
I was hoping that they would choose to untap the 1/1 out of pity.
Yeah, we're just dead in the air anyway. Still. Oh, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to keep a much closer eye on creature types.
Azorius versus Azorius. Took a while.
Yeah. Sadly, had trouble beating Sphinx's Revelation.
You wouldn't think it, but you know, it can be hard.
Okay. Emperor. Alright.
Okay, pretty good. Turn 1 Novice Inspector. Turn 2 Burden to Proof if you want to swing in it for it.
Yeah, if I need to, like, I can trick it. But tapped land is also an option if there's, like, no...
Yeah, I feel like
no
that's...
action.
I think that actually, in practice, it's better to do untapped land so you can just crack the clue instead.
Oh, yeah. Leave this for later. Hello?
Interesting.
5 sack. Okay.
Give them the opportunity to just decide to trade it for nothing. Oh wait, no, but they suspected it, so they couldn't block anyway.
Yeah, they couldn't. Right. That couldn't block ever.
Mm-hmm. Got a pretty solid curve out right now.
Yeah. Going with the courier because it's the most power and looting here seems nice.
2 leeches.
Fine, okay.
Do you double block that and let them kill the case cracker, or?
I ain't letting them take the 2 for 1 for free there.
Oh, it has Death Touch, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't giving that up for free. Okay, so they have the activated ability here.
Yeah, then
Soul Innervation!
that doesn't change that this became a 1/1, thankfully.
Yeah.
It still has its ability, but...
Okay. They still have sack to -5/-5 if they tap out. In for 3.
I think they're mainly just going to be getting in for 3.
They're very reactive. They've just been, you know, playing a lot of things from hand here.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of birds for that. For this to
The
come
birds
into
are still,
play.
they're still happening.
Why is that sound
Whoa,
effect
that's so
last
many birds.
long?
Why are there so many birds? Okay, that's likely just my play is that face down. This orangutan has reach, by the way, so you know.
Reach.
That's actually fine right now. Okay, so we have a bounce and a tap available to us at the Mo. In case of fire.
Interesting. I think if they had attacked with that orangutan, they would have lost.
See if they want to pay 5 and use it in response.
In which case, the only things that they can target are a 2-1, a 1-2, a 3-3 that'll give you a clue, or and that's it, because they can't target the disguise.
Yes.
So it's not exactly that they've got great targets for the -5, -5.
It's probably the 3/3 flyer because they don't have clean answers to it on board. Or they just let it happen and replay it. That's an option too. Looks like they have some sort of splash going. Okay. That makes sense to me. Alright,
So you can tap down the 2-2, swing all in, and have a 1-3 and unauthorized exit up. You think? You have 6 mana. Yeah. And that brings them down to lethal next turn, unless they block, which they will chomp, I'm assuming.
well, this is
I'll
good.
bet that removes. Oh, it's gonna block the 2-1. Or, okay, no, they're dead next turn without them doing something.
Interesting. Do they think they have something that kills me?
Concerning if so.
Yeah. It's worrying. This drains 1 off of things leaving graveyard. Can't block detectives. Oh, everything is a detective. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
God, sorry.
you got
Again,
detectives.
creature
Okay.
types are... I did not register this one as a detective.
Yeah, no hat on this one.
Yeah,
She's
okay.
incognito
All right,
now,
okay.
so-
Yeah, no, I had registered that it wasn't going to do the trade on the Inspector. I just assumed the 2-1 was going down. This set is going to hit me a lot on creature types. I can feel it, you know? Like, that's just...
Yeah, it's like having... if they decided to have a mechanic around advisors. It's not really any different from that. It's hard to notice what a detective is on first glance.
All right,
Yeah, the flyer that has reach. That's right. Never
yeah,
mind,
it doesn't
so.
matter either way. No, thank you.
It has a power 2 or less sub-theme?
Yes.
Damn it, the set.
Right, because it's all morphs.
I know, it's just that... you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Okay, they do have a removal spell, but we have enough lethal threats.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a reasonably heavy 2 power or less sub theme. There's like a rare that's like your creatures with 2 power or less trigger abilities twice and like can't be blocked by bigger things. There's a number of like, you know, like that giant. There's some stuff that has pumps for.
It's just for anyone who's watching confused about why I'm like confused about this. I've been working on my own sort of custom set for a while now. I started working on it like 1.5 years or 2 years ago, and it's been slow going. But I'm working on something, and I have like all of the like main set mechanics like worked out at this point. And consistently, as always happens, you know, convergent ideas happen, and Wizards has printed cards that are very similar to ones that I had done a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, the idea in here being that it's a heavy morph.
It's not like I'm coming up, yeah. It's not like I'm coming up with anything like particularly impressive or anything. It's just that it feels like the longer it goes on for me to finish it, it's like the less unique any of my ideas are. That's all.
Alright, so we have the investigation. I kind of want to just draw running lands for a while on a hand like this.
Yeah, definitely corporate espionage for sure. They're watching my streams.
Wizards has extremely like specific rules about like not even being able to look at like
yeah, if you're not allowed to even look at custom cards unless it is specifically part of like the designer searches that they did. There's extremely specific rules on that stuff.
So if you go empty-handed, you do this, and then at the beginning of your turn, you can discard a hand to draw 2, which is an extra. What is our opponent's mana? Oh, hey, Krenko.
Ooh, Krenko.
Okay, haste, sacrifice, goblin, pull an artifact, okay. Okay, had to figure out exactly what that was trying to say.
As it stands right now, you are flooding the board pretty good, though.
Yeah, the idea is I want a ton of creatures in play so that I can just play on the job and +2/+1 my team.
Yeah. You do need that last land.
Oh, Rathagot, huh?
Okay. Well, at least they lost their Krenko over it.
Wrath of God and then Cranial extracted my Market Watch Phantom. So this is Wrath of God. If you collect 6 evidence, Cranial extract a card, like, or, you know, extirpate whatever, a card that was hit.
Makes sense.
The thing that has been like people hooting and hollering on this card is that it doesn't say non-land.
Oh shit. Oh, that's gross. Ugh.
Terrible. So we okay.
Well, they drew you into a land, so and build you into a land. That's nice.
Yeah. I'm just gonna bounce that. Like, that's mine. Give me that. No, I actually want 5th land right now. A lot of mana, not a lot of cards. Again, when they go empty-handed, they're going to get to draw 3 every turn. Okay.
They're trying to mill you out?
I think so.
No, it got some steals as well, too, right?
Yeah,
so.
It steals a card from grave.
Yeah. It's a 5th land.
I mean, yeah, that's absolutely happening. Don't have a bounce spell anymore. I think I just want bodies.
I find it funny, you know. You got one of the only lands that doesn't work.
Yes. No attacks. So again, they're going to be trying to empty their hand. They have... Okay, discard, draw 2, sure. They have their own escape tunnel.
They're trying to get down to 0 cards in hand,
yes.
I'm assuming. This is the most, like, hand disruption shit I've seen in a limited game in quite a while. So +2/+1, and then swinging with the flyer next turn. Right? Because this is...
Let's do this. The flyer won't kill, it'll bring him to 1.
Yeah, okay.
But I want to get the clue down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they're trying to empty their hand. Again?
Wow! They picked up a lot of Flotsam Jetsams.
Alright, they get to O-ring and gain 2 life, sure.
Your opponent knows of boats.
Yeah. A
That's
bounce?
bounce.
That's a bounce.
Get the guy back. How many cards left in your deck? I know that they only
12.
milled you 9, but I mean, if there's another like major mill card in this format, they may actually hit you pretty good with it. Poison counters, huh?
Uh-huh.
Very funny. All right, well that cracks next turn. What does a fish's interrogation do?
Make a million clues. Just 100 million
yes.
clues. So they draw 3 cards on their turn, plus the clue, so they have full grip. The exit specialist can't be blocked by things, so it can get through here.
All right.
Kind of want to...
Get a land, you can vigilante. If you don't, you can still night watch.
This gives me 2 bodies. Okay. A bunch of bodies is kind of what I'm looking for here.
Mm-hmm.
So they can kill me if they can crack 5 clues.
It's true.
But yeah, so having a bunch of attackers here means, you know, being able to push lethal much easier.
Yeah.
This is a lethal threat, this is a lethal threat, this could be a lethal threat. So yeah.
Exit specialist is lethal threat next turn flat out, because vigilante puts a
Yes.
+1/+1 counter on it.
Yep, alright. 3 cards in hand. They get to do this every turn, by the way. Mandatorily. Discard your hand, draw 2. Sure.
5 years of birds.
500 birds. All right, poison begins.
Let's go.
500
Let's go.
years of
Do
birds.
it. I want to die to fight.
really? Oh, God.
Hi, Aurelia. Okay, that's the lightning helix is not happening.
We
And
just
he doesn't have 3 or more.
Yeah, we just aren't attacking with enough creatures for that.
Oh wait, does that trigger off of opponents attacking with
Yes.
that many
Whenever a player.
Wow. Wow. Okay, Aurelia's. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's an instance of like, you know, cleverly using a player instead of a, you know, you that I like.
So yeah, that's the idea with the card is that it's, you know, offensive and defensive. Whenever a player.
Yes.
So.
You get to lightning helix for free when you hit with 5 or attack with 5 or more, or if your opponent is swinging in with a lot of you get to lightning helix their thing that dies to 3 damage,
opponent.
and then opponent. Okay.
Yeah, if this was Glory Bringer, oh my god.
Oh geez, hold on a second. Each of your opponents, this thing is going to be so gross if someone actually chooses to play Boros and Commander.
Yes. All right, I am in love with this
like
deck, by the way. I love
I really hope that your opponent had still like 3 more Flotsam Jetsams in their deck.
They were just waiting. Their win condition was mill us out with the Jetsam.
Mm-hmm. You had enough bounces that it only managed to keep one of its steals.
Yeah, it actually backfired on the other 2 because we were able to bounce and take back our threat.
Yeah, basically drew you a card.
If you're interested in the difference between Flotsam and Jetsam, there's a short video you can go watch.
Yeah, they're actually different kinds of wreckage, and they have different rules on whether or not you're allowed to claim them.
Boat law.
I believe specifically Flotsam is just full on. You can just grab that if you want.
Because the one of them is like unintentional stuff that's gone over, and one is like intentionally thrown overboard.
Yeah, Jetsam is jettisoned from weight concerns, and that one is usually weight concerns.
Yeah.
And those you do have to do the diligence of contacting the original owner to see if they would like to reclaim it or not, and if not, then it's yours. Flotsam is... It just ended up there for whatever reason, and there's no reasonable assumption that anyone's ever going to grab it again. So you can just grab it.
So you bounce.
That's yours.
So we bounce it to our hand is what we do.
And then yeah, there's Lagan and Derelict. Lagan is if it's under the water, but it is marked by a buoy, things like that, as in it is deliberately placed there. That one you have to contact no matter what, because that one is assumed that it actually is still owned by the person who put it down there. And then Derelict is if it's just on the bottom of the ocean, basically at that point, and just is, you know, fallen or whatever. There is no reasonable assumption that literally anyone could get that again. So that's also free pickings if you'd like. If you wanted to just go grab shit from the Titanic, go for it. You just have to go very, 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 very deep under the water. You know, like head exploding deep, that kind of deep. Sub exploding deep if you made a bad sub.
All right, so cool thing I could do is I can untap this with the Witness to try and get some movement out of it. They have the ability to shuffle it in, so it's not like that good, but...
It's true, that bad sub did not explode, it imploded, which is way funnier and also more horrifying.
Implode is a 5-mana on destroy target land, draw a card. Right?
Hey, it cycles.
It's time to just start. The cold case is here. My sensibilities just tell me this card's wild. I don't know.
That this is like the premier blue common of the set.
Yeah.
I see it. I understand where that's coming from. I know that look, you have 17 lands right now on that stuff would be completely useless given that what this went
Day
up
one.
like today.
Yeah.
So but I'm pretty sure you're right. I mean, it's hard to be just it's limited. 4 mana 3/3 flyer is always going to be good, right? At least until it gets power crept. Okay.
Okay.
Is the disguise you have down now the gargoyle?
Yes.
Okay, so you once the first stun counter is off, you can trick it.
Yes. I'm gonna do that to resolve a... That's to make sure our opponent can't, like, cycle to fix a hand. I know that they can play a better threat, but, like, at this stage, like, right now we have the board so under control, we need to make sure that stays that way. Okay.
Okay. I don't think that supremely hurts you. I think your board state is so good at the moment that
Alright.
yeah.
So, cool thing we have.
Yep, you can swing in with 3/3 on this turn.
We're gonna untap the Cold Case Cracker. 'Cause I'd rather have that get killed. So this is legally distinct from Battalion, by the way. On this card, it's Battalion, effectively. But the legally distinct part is the part where it is not when, like this needs to attack.
Yes, technically speaking, it gets the +2/+0 when 3 other things attack, even if it's not attacking.
Yes.
Whereas Battalion requires itself to do the effect by
Correct.
attacking.
Correct. Okay.
Understandable.
Yeah,
I
they
mean, you have valued them pretty good on top of everything else.
They were keeping card parity up, but... Yeah, so, by the way, the card they played there, I didn't kind of talk about this. This is, 2 mana instant, make a 2/2 detective. If a creature died this turn, gain 2, surveil 2, investigate. So,
Which
like...
is pay 2 to draw a card. So, you
Yeah.
know, keeps up that 2/2/2/2/2.
2/2/2/2/2/2/2/2. Here's our detective.
So the number one thing I'm feeling from day one of watching this format happen at all, disguised creatures as 2/2s seem to almost never attack. It seems to be that in practice, disguise triggers are what you're looking for, you know, the turn up on the cards. And the cards, what they do is good enough to play them still. But the fact that they are Grey Ogres is very much notable in that they don't actually get to do much as Grey Ogres. They're Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap cards, is what they are.
Oh my god. Make sure to choose the right one here. Don't mess that one up. You'll only make that mistake once. Do I have doubles on anything? No, not really. Don't hit that button. Anyway, let's 3-man Inspector as much as possible.
I just mentioned that purely because in comparison to, say, you know, the other major morph set that has come out in recent history of Khans of Tarkir. In Khans, those Grey Ogres attacked. They did work.
Yeah, the context is really hard to work around with them because, like, 9 years of magic have occurred, and thus,
Yeah,
like...
of course. Yeah, I'm not saying that they could just make it with what they have going. And that's the reason why I think why they have Ward in general,
Yes.
actually, is specifically to prevent them from missing their chance to go off, you know?
Yeah, they get to do their thing, and then they're...
That's my first intuition, though, from watching this at all. But, you know, maybe down the line it changes where there's enough, like, cloak.
Oh, shit. So, Yaris here has the text, other creatures control of haste. Whenever your creature, face-down creatures deal combat damage, draw a card. When a face-down creature dies, put it back into play flipped.
Whoa.
I'm gonna...
Okay.
I'm gonna...
Yeah, you get rid of that shit. It still doesn't even, like, get rid of all of it. It's just
No, I'm gonna have to do the shuffle in to stop it from being active.
Yeah.
They have a Thopter Maker? They have a Thopter Maker, maybe? Or, I don't know. They're coming in and they get a card out of this.
Man, that card is... That card right there immediately turned my mouth into a liar, you know? If you have a bomb, what is that, a mythic?
That is a rare.
Rare, okay. A bomb rare that makes it so that you can make them very aggressive, yeah. Build around you rare.
Alright, let's get in there. And I'm gonna go Enforcer. Next turn, it'll be... Yeah, so this is what I expected it to be. Thopter Maker.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I played this 1/1 is that it's going to attack for 3 because this flip up... Oh my god, this isn't a detective. Never mind. Never mind.
It makes a detective.
Yes, but it is not in itself a detective. Okay.
Well, Gracecracker is a detective.
Yes. So we can go...
Opponent is playing 3-color, I just noticed.
Yep.
Until just now.
Yeah. These have for green, not any color. Also, they're very cute. We're gonna go ahead and play the Consultant. I think we're about to lose one of our flyers here.
How so?
This is gonna flip up and be a 6/7 reach.
Okay. That would do it.
Okay. Oh, piss.
And Aurelia. Okay.
Wait. You think that's winning you the game?
All in. Hold on.
Hold on.
Aurelia does have vigilance.
Yeah, but like, this doesn't trample. Hold on, you're on 10? You have 1 blocker that blocks 3. I get in for 3, 4, 5, 6,
She
7,
does
8,
gain. If you swing in with enough, they'll gain 3 as well.
Yes. I think we just need to throw one thing under this bus and this bus alone.
Okay. Go for it.
And then that's... Okay, holding up. So 6, 10...
They're holding up shock, assume, I guess.
Yeah. 10... that block there is free. Continuing to think about other blocks here. So this puts me down to 11.
Oh yeah, you have granite, the granite inspector anyway, so you can tap down Aurelia, right? So
Yeah. So go to 6, and then we just go. Tap. And then we need to not attack with enough creatures to lose. So, like... that?
that's 9.
No, this gets plus.
Oh, right, that's right. Yeah. So that's enough. That's 12. That should kill them.
Double checking if there's a way
Even
that
if they kill the enforcer with shock, that no, that does make it 9 specifically if they do that.
So we have to go all out.
Yeah.
Because
Sure, they'll
then
gain 3, but
then they'll take 4 more.
yes. And shock is the only card I think that could do anything. It's the only mono red trick, right? It's a one red trick specifically.
We go to 3.
Okay. Blockers to you, and you did the math and you killed
Okay.
them for it.
We did the math.
They wanted to trigger Aurelia, I guess, just once.
They needed to.
this
They
game.
needed. Well, they had 6 attackers. They needed to leave 1 back. They overextend. They saw Aurelia and hey bud.
Hi, Swiftspear.
They saw Aurelia and like overextended into it. So
Yeah.
damn. I do feel really good about the call on the Hellion. Like.
You were right. Yeah. 6-7 reach.
Would have been pretty bad if we had 1 less attacker. Yeah, just leave Worm back because it was getting chumped anyway. Why attack with it? Cool. Alright, a quick step away after making this decision here.
Makeshift binding. It is day 1 of the set. People are going to be making mistakes. I mean, it's not like that we are immune to it either, given that we gave that courier base power toughness 1-1, you know?
Okay.
Have you been able to be on the play even once?
We
in
were on the
this
play with the
draft so
Threat
far?
Inspector, I think.
Okay. You've been generally on the draw, though. You've lost a lot of coin flips.
Yeah. Okay. Good. More morphs. All right.
Nightwatch makes more creatures, crackers better on its face by itself.
Hmm.
You
I'm
could-
gonna go this because next turn we can morph down plus consultant.
Yeah, fair.
You better watch out. What if I +2/+2 my detective? I'm sorry. Double black. All right.
Yeah, that's not a...
Good to know.
What if they set up some sort of like mono disguise deck though, and so they don't care what the actual like the flip ups are.
All right. Anyway, here's the bodies. Everybody tried to be yeah, like again, the first deck I made absolutely fell into that mistake. Anyway. Hello. My name is
The beatdown. Here on turn 6 with 2 3/3s and a 2/2.
Damn. And we had to work for these 3/3s. You know?
You sure did.
Damn, we sure,
And this is still trading, yep. Because, yeah, it's still not a, doesn't cost 5 or more.
Alright. Yeah, I'm playing these cards and I'm uncertain if this is like, I mean, the fact that this attacks is a 3/3 is what makes me, like, interested by it. But, like, it's not
better in a Boros deck.
Yeah, like, this is...
It's in your deck and it's doing work.
It is.
But it's probably still... What?
You get 2 per when you're in silver.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's doing work here.
Yeah.
It's just not... It could probably have easily been replaced with cards that do better.
Yeah.
In the draft or whatever.
It makes sense because it's also like just here's a 2-drop that fits. The typing on it is relevant because it is a detective.
Yeah.
So. Oh. I want to see what a monocolor draft deck looks like in this. Like the mono red deck
would probably kick people's
mono
ass,
red seems
right?
like an ass kicking from that first game, you know. Oh my god, I get to start with Thraben Inspector on the draw. It's fine. Thraben Inspector plus Burden of Proof is like unbeatable. Thraben Inspector plus a 2-drop. Unbeatable.
And you can morph down Exit Specialist. Hunt District Hero. This is the
This is the Figure of Destiny.
Right. Yeah.
What do you
trick
mean?
is so
What do you
obvious.
mean? But yeah, it needs evidence to flip up. But it does become a huge problem. Big enough that I'm probably willing to you know,
Exit Specialist it or something.
yeah.
Or push it when you get the chance.
Uh-huh. Thinking. This might want to be the Night Watch. The reasoning is that next turn I might want that blue for Burden in combat.
Yeah.
Oh, piss!
Oh.
So
Argus Cuss.
Argus.
This guy was from one of the novels.
Yeah. So Argus
He's
here
kind of Sam Vimes.
suspects a creature, and if it's suspected, exile it. Oh, we suspected the hero for
I see.
menace. Okay.
There was a couple of Ravnica books that were like what it really feels like written to deliberately imitate Terry Pratchett's Ankh-Morpork novels.
Mm-hmm.
Agroscos basically being Sam Vimes and like the protagonist of the first one, I think.
How do I kill you? Agros was a very fun like set of novels.
Mm-hmm.
The original Ravnica. I'm trying to figure out what to do about this. We're not like
Tempo of the Mountain killed him. Because like he's vigilance as well. You're not gonna be able to push him down.
you know, we can't even burden of proof, I guess, to kill in combat then?
Probably. I guess that's the best you can do. Notes.
This does not remove
Still
text.
kills.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you don't mind this thing dying anyway, because it still makes you a 2-2, so...
Alright. I do need to kill the hero.
Yes, I mean, you can push that.
Yeah. Thank goodness. They make it a 4/4. Yep. Makes sense.
It gains vigilance.
Son of a
Never mind,
bitch!
you can't
Everything is
push it.
vigilance! Everything in this world is vigilance. Alright, we're just gonna play a morph and pass then. Alright. We have nothing in grave. So nothing to you know. Well, now they have something in grave. So the activation on this turns it into a 5/5 legend with your other creatures are indestructible.
Oh, it turns into Avacyn?
Yeah, not itself, relevantly.
Yeah, like I
Avacyn
believe
is-
original
Avacyn's
Avacyn
all-
was
Yeah,
also indestructible. Okay.
yeah, Avacyn's like messed up.
Yeah, other permanents you control are indestructible, and it is in of itself indestructible.
Goodbye. I ain't having any of that.
Make sure Binding can even get rid of it a second time. All right.
Yes.
Enough of that. Your figure is gone. Okay.
Okay. Here's the hero again. And a phantom.
Okay. You can bind, because that doesn't require tapping to do it, or does it?
Binding?
No,
Oh.
the
Yeah, this
Right,
is,
yeah,
this is
it's a
just
figure.
it's a
It doesn't
figure
require
destiny.
I was just making sure that in fact it works the same way as figures always do.
Yeah, it's
not
a figure.
requiring a tab.
It is a figure of destiny.
Printed a surprising number of figures, like in the last few years. Like, been 3 of them, I think. There's the snow one, evolved sleeper, this guy.
I clearly should be discarding the push because it has no targets in the world.
Target Watch Phantom is
A knife!
flying on it, right? When it gets the
yeah,
thing?
flying when it gets the thing. First
Does
strike.
it also get vigilance?
No, just flying.
Just flying, okay.
A knife. Only on your turn. So. No blocks.
This is not the time to attack, buddy, I think.
+2/+2 investigate. They just want to cycle of the thing and be aggressive.
Push finally has a target. Alright, dead next turn unless they have 2 blockers.
Yeah, they can sack the knife. So, like, finding second blocker is not impossible.
Okay. That doesn't do it. Because you just unauthorized exiting.
Yep.
They can...
Yep,
They
sack.
can't go all out because it costs 6, I think, right?
3 and 2. Or, sorry, 3 for the big, 2 for the little.
Okay. So they actually could
All
have
right.
gone all in, but they realized they don't have the blockers.
It doesn't. Well, the 4/4 is enough to like be in the fight. They all need. They'd rather try to draw into a blocker there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, they...
The
Man, a significantly more focused deck, turns out, is pretty good.
yes, I mean, like for one, like 2 colors for 2. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that by itself makes it, like,
Yeah.
roughly 70% more focused by having only 2
Yeah.
colors. I mean, this has a Novice Inspector in it, so...
I know,
it's
I'm not-
pretty easy to keep it like that, too. It has 2 of them.
so the thinking cap is kind of scary as a really, really strong like equipment for detectives. That's a card I should have kept a closer eye out for.
Yeah. It's Bone Splitter adjacent,
Yeah.
by virtue of being 1/2 as opposed to 2+0. Oh, really?
Yeah, better lean than Scimitar. Yeah, I like the way that evidence is shown. Like, on the card, you see a little number in the corner. Hello?
Yep. Oh,
Okay, private eye.
okay. I mean, they were playing the cap, so them being detective
Yep.
focus makes sense.
Let's play the Inspector. Yeah, I have one of those in my pool. I'm just not playing it because we don't have either of the.
It's just better to just discard the escape tunnel, right?
Yeah. Sitting here thinking about like, am I playing that? The answer's like, don't think so. Like,
Steam Core Scholar. Weird detective.
that's weird. As the hat. Also, is
Does have
wild.
hat.
This card is unreal. This is a mole
Holy
drifter.
shit, yeah.
This is like part
It is kind of a mole drifter.
like yeah, sure, mole drifting.
Instant sorcery or creature with flying.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you to hit me, but I'm gonna.
Blue seems pretty legit in this format in general.
All right, let's go ahead and get you off the table, please. And then then...
Knob Inspector makes the Perimeter Enforcer a 2/2, so you can just swing in for the other two.
Yeah. And it lets me loot.
That's a problem because I actually like all three of these cards. Yeah, Exit Specialist is unreactable. So I guess that's probably its big upside on it.
I want the trade because, like, you know, them being able to equip the hat makes for a strong blocker. So, like, I'm trying to incentivize our opponent making trade-offs.
Yeah.
I also, like, we have more cards in hand than it looked. Son of...
Wow, your opponent has some good ass cards.
Yo. That's weird.
I wonder if blue is actually their splash,
Nah.
and they've just drawn all of it.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
most
most of their cards have been blue, actually.
Yeah, that's too much blue.
It's got to be the white then, because they have this.
A lot of
here.
red.
Yeah.
All right, this is good. We get to go. Crack a clue. Play a land. Drama. Get in.
Man, I do love killing an opponent with no great power greater than 3, though. Like, all of your stuff is pretty weak, all things considered.
How do you, like, think twice?
God damn it, I also made this card.
You do know that the passage of time means that cards will continue to...
I know, I'm just saying. I am aware of that. That doesn't make it less annoying.
I have to say that.
I know. See, I even admitted as such myself, alright?
I will draw a card.
Oh shit, nice. You've removed almost every single thing.
Having a bunch of Thraben Inspectors and Looters lets us just, like, do that, you know? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I know, I just... I don't mean to be cruel about that.
I know. It's just that it's happening with even greater regularity in this particular. Oh, was that 7 wins?
Yeah, that was 7-1.
Oh, nice. 7-1.
Alright, cool. Anyway, draft 3.
Oh my, okay. Going deep.
We're just gonna keep rolling.
Yeah, it does look a whole lot like, hey, Thraben Inspector, still one of the best white 1-drops.
Weird.
Weird. Yeah.
Alright. Analyze the pollen, search for a land. If you collect evidence, 8. Search for a creature or land. Suspect. So... Be in combat, make a Thopter.
They're temporary. Got it.
Make 100 pieces of artifacts. Another cute goblin.
I'm a little disappointed in Detective Satchel. I feel like they should only investigate once and be a clue in and of itself. I know that this way it's actually less text on the card, so I understand why they did this, but
the Satchel's
flavorly, it should have been the other way.
Satchel's wild. I don't disagree. I'm sitting here thinking about the Drone Smith just as like an aggressive piece. I don't know if that's like... Yeah, sure, I'll try it, the Satchel, Kabanaw.
I guess it would also be slightly worse if it in and of itself
okay,
was
well,
a...
Hold on.
Okay, yeah. That's,
I'm not. What does this do? Creatures you control with power 2 or less gain Death Touch lifelink. Whenever you play a 2 or power, drain 1. Okay. Yeah, this This seems pretty good. What do we got? Okay. Sanctuary wall. Tap target creature, put a stun counter on it, stun the wall. Okay,
That's a you
that's
may
cute.
though.
That's
if it's
cute.
if you do that, yeah.
That's
okay.
cute. So yeah, the crime.
You need something on for a while.
If it's not suspected, suspect it. You are being watched. I don't see anything that immediately pulls me like a direction, so I want to kind of stay in the colors I'm already in.
Which I think right this second that means you want to pick white over blue or red.
Yeah, like pick up.
Because the blue-red is a double commitment, whereas the white is not.
This wall seems interesting. I don't know if it's good, but it seems interesting. Oh, okay. Sure.
Why watch?
Kiss of the
The
gold.
card that Push wishes it was. In this set, at least.
Yeah, the person of interest would have been more interesting of a pick if I'd picked that like card that's like whenever you attack with a suspected creature surveil from pack 1.
Mm-hmm.
This leech is neat. Love a root walla. This dog is good too.
That is extremely Okay, so it's white black that's the power
Yes.
to the last thing. This one.
Yep.
Makes sense. Kind of along the lines of white black warriors. Warriors. Wojcik Investigator is a detective. There's a lot of detectives in white.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily grab it now, but Thinking Cap proved that it's at least got a lot of things in
I'm almost looking at black-white right now with the cards we're seeing.
Sure. Sanguine Saver is also not actually a black commitment, right? Because you can do it for just mono white. Yeah.
I don't know how good this is.
But Slice for the Shadows also looks like a pretty good kill spell.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with that. I don't know if that's anything or not. Trace is on. Actually, I think this trick is good. Like, it cycles slow, but it cycles.
Yeah.
That's nice.
It's hard to make a card that's of reasonable cheapness that has functionally draw a card on it and make it actively bad.
Yeah. This one's really funny.
A 110, huh? Ugh, that's
This is kind of slim for what I want. Red looks a lot more interesting from what we see.
You're open on red. Go for it if you'd like. Like, you're not committed to a second color yet in practice.
Yeah.
If you go very deep on red and white and you don't pick up any more blue, you might actually consider still splashing the satchel, because if it's only one card, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Slice. I'm actually gonna... I have enough slicing. It's fine. It says other? Other, okay.
Okay, black seems pretty open. This is a lot of black at the end for that to be... Or maybe these are bad black cards. I don't know. I
I'm gonna grab the hat.
Just been seeing it.
Okay. Uncertain where this leads. Because the white
The
doesn't...
white's good.
Like, you know, Investigator's obviously real.
Not on my watch is a good removal spell.
Yeah.
Auspicious Arrival is a fine combat trick.
This one I'm not, like, super in on, but, like... Black is looking like it exists here, like, pretty reasonably.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like the Slice from the Shadows, like, can't be countered on it. Means you know, snip through Ward, and,
Yeah. Ansarag, the Quake Mole, a mole god.
Mole God.
Oh, mole god?
Mole God.
They hated him for he told the truth. I earnestly think it's better to pick up the Novice Inspector. Yeah.
I know. I'm just reading. Like, so
Like,
the way that Mole God works is that if you block the Mole God, I'm sorry, it's time for new combat. And then if you block the Mole
Yeah.
God, this is also another like
It's-
powerful choice out of here. But like we've seen that, I feel like this is just
Oh,
a card that wins games. So
that's a fun use of Morph Trigger to skip the
Sidestep.
life loss.
Correct.
Yeah, that is an interesting way of doing that. I like that.
yeah, there's Vanifar, but Vanifar's in 2 colors I'm not even in, and we looked at it earlier. Haunch,
Haunch.
haunch,
Food equipment.
haunch,
Create dog.
haunch. When you eat the meat, you throw the bone out and some dogs show up. Puzzle.
Poopy.
It's like haunch or like
I mean, that's unscrupulous agent. You know, you were talking exiles a card from their hand. Okay, they
Yeah.
get to choose.
Yeah.
It's discard. It's more effective discard.
yeah.
Sure.
Oh.
Okay, hold on a
Hold
second.
on.
That's not a bad idea. That means you might be able to do splash a little bit of red or black, whichever one you go for.
Yeah, I'm actually liking that. A concealed weapon, by the way. I love this.
Yeah, it's concealed, all right.
It's one of the coolest like morph. Like it's a 2/2 that all of a sudden, actually, it was my sword. Alright, let's put the satchel. It's funny because blue is super open in what we're seeing here, but put these.
All right, so
This is probably just grab
the thing about this is that you want to pick your second color, and then like, if the red is likely to beat the splash,
Yeah.
if you do it at all.
Like, look at this Simic pack. Look at this. No, dude, please play Simic. We'll give you anything. We'll give you bite down on crime. Case file. Again, we have less enchantments this time around, so I'm even less.
Mm-hmm.
Slice
Not
3.
that many cases in general I've seen. Like,
I've seen like 1 every 3 packs or so. What does this do?
yeah.
I see.
It kills you when it turns out.
Yeah, okay.
Is what it does.
Costs 1 million and it kills you. Wow, Simic is the look.
Repeat offender or Griff Knot Tracker, huh?
I'm gonna go with Repeat Offender. This is a 2-drop.
Yeah.
It's also a
that sounds
funny
good for
one.
your curve.
I love like the art on this is funny. It's like, who could that be?
Could be anyone.
Lead pipe?
I'll throw out. I don't think your detective count's actually that high.
No, it's like Novice Inspector, and then the Repeat Offender.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take a pipe.
Sounds good.
A Repeat
Saying,
Offender.
I don't think you'll be playing the Thinking Cap in general at the moment. You're 2 packs in. You're not likely to get that many more.
A repeat. Damn it.
Polygraph Orb.
Top 4. Okay, and this does like the sort of torment thing. Whatever, I don't really care about cards here. I'll take this alias sale. This card is a mythic that you have to collect 1 million evidence to do a kill artifact, creature, enchantment, planeswalker. You have to do mana up to everything you're targeting.
Interesting. The timing on that effect is interesting.
Yes.
The way that it's a
Cost.
you have to spend the cost at the same time as doing the targets.
Yes. Ooh!
Okay, there's something. Dog.
Dogs. There's also dogs down here, which I'm not picking.
Oh, It's an honorary member of the hunted cycle.
Yes, this is a hunted cycle card. It even makes things that kill it.
Yeah, nice.
And as we said earlier, this is a morph that sidesteps its drawback.
Sidesteps its downside. Yeah.
So, all right, we're gonna take this and we're gonna leave the Dog Walker. Dog Walker's a good card for us to be able to use with the theater because, like, I want to be playing this face down, but like theater would let us play it face up if like we needed. I don't know that I'd want to, but there you go.
Hi, Kellen. How's that black-red card? Oh, Dog Walker too. There he is.
Yeah, this black-red card is destroy target creature or both. 1/1 counter on a suspected creature, which we have a couple of, but I don't know that I want a sorcery murder for my.
You may have it become no longer suspected. So weird for rules text, you know.
Yeah, that is how suspected is like a toggle.
Yeah,
it's funky. Take some
not
dogs. Ah. Howdy.
Oh, I trust Donnie.
That touch vigilance double strike for 3 different activated abilities on green, hybrid, and white.
Oh, interesting. This is a
It's a long goodbye here. Speaking of 4/4 that gains Death Touch is a bit funky. Oh no, huh? Quint, how you doing?
Hey, Quint.
Just sort of here. Every once in a while, you just see cards like that. I want to call in a surprise witness at some point because I feel like that card with wow, again, Simic and such. This card is so expensive.
God, collect evidence 3 to add 1 of any color, huh?
And then if you do it 5 times, it opens. Not really interested in basically any of these.
I think that is the 4th time we've seen Cryptex opened.
And this is
a murder.
Again, our color, like white black, is being heavily cut. At least we get murder. But like both pack 2 and 3.
You have so many black removal spells.
I know.
I think you're like 7. Like
I have. Is this fine?
I really think you only want like 1 red card.
Yeah. Just take slice 4 and call it good.
Why not? Just add to your list of.
Like, look, I'm just 1-for-1 removing at you. Hopefully that's good enough with like that and the powered by the investigator, you know?
Honestly, most of the time, just 1-for-1. Okay, there's a card you can splash for.
Yeah,
100%.
I'll splash for
there
this.
There we
go. Yeah, this is. I don't know that it's a good idea, but I'll put it in the pile.
I think it's a pretty good idea.
Our white is non-existent. This is almost mono black.
It's close to it, yeah.
We likely should have given up on white after pack 2, but like,
well, okay, hold on a second. As far as white goes, it's Lightning Helix, Novice Inspector, and Wojciech Investigator are your major benefits off of it.
Yep.
You had a piece of white black or black red or white red fixing, you'd probably be good.
I don't know that we're deep enough in black to be able to play mono black. I literally don't think we have enough black cards to do that. My god, the 20th Simic card.
Hey, Quint.
And Quint. Actually, I'm going to take this Snoop.
That is technically playable as a mono black card, yeah. Kind of feeling that figuring out your colors is actually not an easy task in this set, in 8-person draft.
Yeah, I've had a couple drafts now where it's been trying to go one direction and getting completely shifted the other. Okay, I'm gonna play like some of this. The black is what is the entire deck here. Like, I think almost every black card gets played.
Is the Informant a secret mono black card?
Yes.
Okay. Thought so.
This thing is, and it even like draws a card on.
I mean Shady Informant.
Oh, Shady Informant? Yes, this is secretly mono black card.
Okay, good to know.
What is this mana base? What are you doing?
You need blue to play Fairy Snape, right?
Yeah.
I earnestly almost feel like One Mountain and the Ruckus Theater and Lightning Helix is almost worth it.
I don't want the dog walker because this is double white anymore. We didn't end up heavy enough for the direction that works. Sure, I don't have a 40th I like. Like, Rot Farm doesn't have, like, we don't have, like, a lot of collect evidence to trigger this, which makes it awkward.
Yeah. Finally, this also lets you face up Shady Informant if you wanted to.
Yeah. Maybe with a lot of black, because it's basically every card in the deck. Three cards in white. Yeah, that creature count sure is.
It's fine. Everyone else is also playing less than that because you can kill all of them, you know?
If they don't have creatures, it's like the same thing.
Exactly. You have so many removal spells.
Yeah.
This deck is a removal.deck.pile, is what this is.
Yeah. Alright. We just have like 4 death wins, like.
Meat bomb.
Get out of here.
Wow.
This wasn't keepable on Swamp anyway.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I'm just gonna. You can go away. I'm not gonna bother with that. Okay.
Oh, it looks like wait, did they dumpstered the Slice from the Shadows?
Agent. They have a lead pipe. And I got planes. Yes. Oh no! Okay. Alright. Bone Dogs. That's right.
Bone Dogs ride.
Bone Dogs ride!
6/2 with Menace.
Yep.
That drains 3 on death as well, right?
Yeah, I'll just lose 3, but yes.
Okay, yeah.
Crunch!
Slice in the Shadows has a real easy kill on that agent.
Yep, okay.
Oh. It still did 9 damage to your opponent.
Yes. We'll make our own agent.
With the pipe.
No. We're gonna suspect the elf.
All right, I need to 2 blockers.
And my top card is murder. Well,
You know, actually, 1 face down card actually blocks the murder.
it does, but it doesn't block the menace.
Yeah. I was just thinking about
Yeah,
like I
my
didn't
murder-
think about
yeah.
that.
My murder didn't work there.
You
Alright.
would not be able to murder a guy on the floor.
No, they're hiding. Alright, so we did have removal forever.
That's what that you had removal forever, discarding one of them.
Yes. Alright. Oh, yeah,
Wow, what a start. Holy shit.
easy.
Also, that's probably a 3/2 novice inspector.
Yeah.
Pipe.
Delver of Secrets is here for the beatdown. The secret is my mana base.
The secret is we got really lucky on our draw.
I also have like removal to Mind Rot. Like, I'm not unhappy about that. It's 1+2, so like I'm just gonna use the clue here.
Yeah, makes sense.
I like the pipe noise. I want it to be like, you know,
Wanting Magic Arena to have extremely loud pipe sounds.
yeah, I want like, you know, Half-Life metal thunk 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 thunk. But
Yeah.
it's fine.
Oh, I don't have that sort of sound on my soundboard. Just the collision noises.
This card's getting
An extremely sword familiar from Symphony of the Night voice. Slice! Slash!
I can also just do the metaler.
Yeah.
I like that because it gives me a little more control over my draws. No thanks. Okay. Fourth land. Flip up. Exile another target in land permanent if you control it, return to the battlefield. Otherwise, its controller creates a 2/2 detective.
Okay, who are they targeting with that? Because I feel like in one case it's an upgrade, in the other case it's a...
Yeah, it's our hitting R.
Okay, it won't have Menace anymore, but I mean it's a 2/2 now instead of a 1/2.
1 mana bite.
Man, they make all of those so cheap. I know that these days fight is like worth less than 1 mana.
Yes.
Like 1 mana is fight with upside now. Or fight as like a backup effect on a card that could do other things.
Alright. So their best play would be a Morph. Uh-huh.
I'm assuming it's going to be 1 on both, or is it
Nope.
both on 1? Okay.
Spread. And
That
then,
means that you have an easy, not on my watch, and then the other one gets, oh, okay. I actually was expecting them to attack with a 4/6, but I guess it's because it's got
we're going to do this to make sure that their case can't go off.
Yeah.
Because it unsolves it. Slice. I want to mind rot our opponent pretty bad right now. No, never mind. No. We never got there with the mind rod. Oh well.
Maybe they'll draw like 3 cards and play a 1 and have 2 left in hand, and you just go, hey, gotcha!
And this is sorcery +2/+2 vigilance to a detective. Okay. Sure. Okay, that's their entire grave out, so... No blocks.
And by the end step, they'll have 8 or more.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now that's on a... When they attack, they can put a 1/1 counter on a creature and give it trample.
Okay.
That's nice.
I see what you're doing here.
Mm-hmm. We have a move.
Ward is not something that blocks this. I'm glad the
That was the end of the game, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, they attack for 2. We attack for 6. For sorry, 5. No, thank you.
You're going to mill 2 here anyway.
Oh, I should have. You're right.
It's better post combat. Yeah.
Yeah. I for some
In this
reason,
case, it doesn't really matter, but
no, it matters.
it was lightning helix. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
That actually would have gotten milled regardless, but
anyway. No, that was you're right. That was in my mind. I had thought that ability was tied to the morph I had for some reason.
yeah, no, I understand.
I had that out as text on my.
They
morph.
both had like deal 2 when it dies, right?
Yes.
So one of those was deal 2 to any target, and then the other one is.
All right,
you have orb.
Is orb gonna be like a cork board? Yeah. Have our suspects. The bubble smuggler. Alright, let's keep rolling. I like the level of aggression this deck produces.
Yeah.
I feel like its cards are like I don't like our splash. I don't like some of the cards we have included, but
Hey, you have all 3 colors right here, and investigator playable. Playable.
Yeah, that's fine. It's like a reasonable play next turn. So they wanted this bear rather than playing as a morph, which tells me that they have like aggression. Like we're curving out we're curving out regardless.
Well, 2/4 is a pretty good way to stuff that.
Yeah.
Oh, Fester Leech is not as a sorcery?
No, it's a real root walla.
Nice.
So this ain't like happening for the Mo, because like we kind of need some more lands to be able to get our hand rolling. And I just milled 2 of them. I'm good. I'll wait till I have Slice from the Shadows up. Thank you very much. Like. Oh, lightning heal. Show me your trick. +3/+3 trample. Just the card named Shock. I'll accept just the card named Shock. I'm thinking if I want to. Our opponent's all... Yeah, okay, just Galvanize, sure. Our opponent's having some troubles with mana, so we need to, like, get through that as quick, like, push through this. Damn, that was dogs. Okay. I'm a little worried about this leech. Six to flip up? Six to flip up. Okay, they were gonna kill my ass with that. Alright. Okay, that's 5. So now they can flip up big things. Hello. Anyway, it's time for orb. This is our game for the rest of the game. Alright. End step, do they flip up a 5? They flip up dogs. Again, can't be counted. So the idea there is I want to get rid of the other one because, oh yeah, okay, this is actually a reasonably large threat. Whereas dogs are... Dogs are a threat, they're just dogs. Okay. 11 cards in deck. My orb! No! Damn it. This is actually quite bad. The orb was like a big part of how I planned on winning this game.
Two dog.
Let's get that last card out of your hand. Okay. And then... So the Meddler is a bit weird because it's not an option on the...
On the suspect.
Yeah. This is every turn forever.
How many slices from the shadows do you play on your account?
Okay. We have finally hit, like, no cards left for either player. If they play one big creature, my top card is an edict. Like, we can just move from here. Like, I think we've finally gotten it down. Our life total's 6. I'm a little worried about that, but, like... You know, what can you do? That's...
Seems like this has been a no-holds-barred knuckle dragon, like, you know, beat up.
Okay.
At long last, your leech is dead. Oh, his concealed weapon? Neat.
+3/+3 and trample is a trick, but it doesn't kill me. So I didn't play around it. I should have just eaten that one. The previous turn, but I was holding that out in case of a larger threat.
Yeah.
Alright. I just need them to fade the draw step.
They did. Ooh.
We have like 5 cards left in deck. I played that leech on like turn 1. Yeah, that does. Look, we had 6 cards left in library because of the leech putting everything down here. Thanks, leech. I love me a basking root wall, though. What can I say? Oh, that was a chef.
Rocco. Street chef.
That was the chef. Yeah, okay.
Turn 1, lead pipe.
Pipe.
Turn 2, kill their thing. Turn 3,
Bonk.
mind rot.
Funk. Make a nice bonk noise. Ah! How about a creature? Okay, we're just getting edited. That's fine.
Equally fine. You can mind rot them.
Yeah. I'm about to put
After
up.
they played a couple more
Yeah. We'll get a little bit going here, because, like, I can just, you know... Here we can go last long goodbye and equip, is the idea here.
Yeah. You're going for most optimal use of mana, I understand.
Yep.
You should be allowed to decline this. It's just offering you because, technically speaking, that's a legal thing that you could do.
Yeah, I was like, I suppose if I wanted to, I could take that a game action.
I was interested, because I don't think that's come up yet, that you could, in fact, actually pay for the ward, even if, you don't need to.
Right.
You do have the planes.
Yeah,
so
I'm actually fine with that draw.
Yeah.
I tried this archetype on my first draft, and it did poorly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have many good pieces, like, say, from the Shadows.
I have 4 Slice from the Shadows in this deck.
Yeah, I had 0.
Aren't you? I thought you weren't playing one of the slices.
Yeah, I think no. I'm playing all 4 because we're just not at enough playables.
Yeah.
No. Fine. My mind rot. I waited too long. Mind rotted. Yeah, my first draft was too greedily too deep and like just fell apart because like you can like 3-color was not.
Yeah, it's they put a good decent chunk of multi-color cards in the set, but they faked you out by making them morphs that can hybrid mana their way up.
Yep. Anyway, Informant. Now shockable. Now murderable. Yeah, like we were pretty heavy on the 3-color too. It was like some pretty reasonable, like heavy color requirements that were hanging around. Oh shit.
If you're base green, you can do 3-color because there's a good amount of green fixing, but not like generally for the set.
Okay.
Oh, she makes better devils. Devils,
Yeah, she
they're
makes
imps that explode even more than devils do.
There's the double devil. Also,
that's
just
not any target. Never mind.
Also, just all your spells have lifelink death touch.
Yeah.
So like, if they have a kill spell, okay. You got it.
So black removal is incredibly deep in this set, is
Well,
what I'm feeling.
Feels that way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of black removal.
I'm doing the math on like the next 3 turns of combat, and I'm also ignoring Judith's text like just flat. Like, for me to win this game, for me to win this game, Judith can't have text. So like those draws are all creatures. It's fine. Meddler is other. Yeah, other.
Yeah, they do in fact have other creatures.
Yeah, they have other creatures. Okay. Alright. Yeah, we're good. I'm just gonna... I don't know. Something tells me I need this pipe gone. We're no longer in, like, pipe territory. You don't beat Rakdos with a pipe. You don't beat Rakdos with anything.
He's pretty big. He's
Let's draw 2 every turn.
Yeah. Not the most backbreaking flying 6/6 trample in the set though.
No.
Have you seen the dragon?
Oh, yes. Yes, the one that, like, collect evidence, wrath the board.
Yep, wrath your opponent's board.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You won't be drawing them because you'll be dead very soon, you know? At least they don't have spells. Uh-huh.
Man, can you imagine if you had Wojak Investigator down right now? You'd be punishing them so hard.
I'd have a
getting
clue every
clues.
turn. Killing this morph.
Yeah, let's see what it was.
Yeah, show me game. Those dogs.
Good morph.
Good morph. Okay. That one. Funnily enough, when I morphed up my 4-2, they were able to really get me for that choice. All of a sudden, it was murderable, and then, like, they just weren't taking damage anymore.
They had some very good follow-ups after that. As well.
Oh, yeah, I was saying,
Yeah.
the follow-up there is
like I don't know. They murdered your
right.
thing. You got rid of one of their creatures. It kind of came out as a wash. But then you drew lands and they drew removal spell into Judith into.
I want to point out here that you started drawing lands when Kabanaw jumped in.
Uh-oh.
This is a good observation. I apologize.
You know, I'm quite happy that Judith had no text. Oh, Nixemron, thank you for gifting out 10 subs.
Haunch.
Haunch. Congrats to Garrix22, born in the year 1922. Repster, Darklade 1, born in 19... Drushin 1, born in... You know, that just doesn't work. Spammy V. Jupiter Star, Spiky 82, born in the year 1982. Gexlam, Bioyuki, and Crabspite. Enjoy.
We don't know that Garrix wasn't born in 2022.
I don't, but I go with the 19 as the...
And they get you, I'm just saying. I think it's a lot more statistically likely that they are 2 years old than 102 years old.
You're not wrong. By statistics.
Living in the iPad generation, it's actually reasonably likely.
So I'm about to... Haunch v...
Dogs.
Man, because his 6-2 doesn't even flip-flop it very much. That card is
Yes.
kind of busted.
It has menace and doesn't make the dog, so, like,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, damage starts occurring. Sure.
You're fine. I'll just block your disguise with my disguise. Oh no.
And when it dies, it makes them lose their life. So no matter what, they're still taking damage.
Yeah, I'm just gonna push. I don't like missing the land drop, but putting our opponent to 10 when we have, like, removal and a pipe, like, we might just be out of this one.
And like, if they can
That
exile
dog is
the
wearing-
bone dog, then
Yeah,
they can save it. But otherwise, they're at 7.
right. Bone Dogs ride. So they can haunch. We're gonna use long goodbye to... Unless they have exile on attack. I said it, the client crashed.
Oh, I thought that it just froze on our end.
No.
Catch up. Oh, damn.
I said unless they have exile and attack, and then it crashed as I... Alright, hold on, we're fixing it. Should hopefully be launching again. Yeah, the attack was exiled. Alright. Let's get back into that. We'll let it resolve. Where are we?
Rope's burning down. You can hear it.
Resolve. Please eat the haunch.
Yeah, this is more aggressive play. The Snoop would have been dogs.
Dogs. So the dogs.
The Snoop. Yeah, the dogs can hold a bone.
Yep. Yeah, this like can if they don't leave blockers, we might be able to get through on this.
Dogwalker has vigilance?
Yes.
Damn, everything has vigilance in this segment.
I know, right? That kill spell that kills a tap thing just doesn't function. This is flippable. I don't like that. It's probably more dogs. Give me your hand.
Finally, mind rot.
They have tokens for days.
Yeah.
Alright, flip up their other dogs. No, sanguine.
Ah.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, the fact that they tapped the banner that way meant that it had to be double white, like they weren't like just playing down dogs.
That's true.
Weird that they did that like now instead of like mid-combat. Ah, they just want like... At least this is killable. Like, long goodbye takes that down. I don't want a lifelinker staying on the board.
Yeah, that thing will turn the game around pretty quick.
Got more dogs? Double strike, okay.
Oh boy. Okay.
Death, huh?
I don't know what they could have to save it at instant speed.
There's
but...
a +2/+2 white investigate trick.
Ah, yeah.
And
There we go.
that one, that existing is enough for me to not go for it there. Okay. Paunch on a dog. That's fine. That is also fine. I'm just going to trade with Repeat Offender over there.
Yeah. Dog can hit you.
Yeah.
Dog only a big bone in its mouth like it's Sif.
Yep. This is the bone dog. There it is. Okay. Do they have the +2/+2 trick? Okay. No. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So coming to flame effects
Instructor is
don't.
just a squire now.
Yeah. Final card in hand. It's been something they've been holding for a while, so I'm scared it's a big old dragon or some nonsense, right? Like we're just going through.
Could be a there's the white +2/+1 investigate.
Yes.
The fact they didn't equip tells me it's not. Because if they had played that and equipped, then that would be lethal.
Yeah, we're just going for 2. Do we have like a fireball or a face down card? Okay. Okay, well. We get this still.
Okay.
The orb is dangerous.
We can't take 2 right now.
No. So that'd be the confession then.
Yeah.
Which gets rid of their morph.
Yes.
Or, you know.
Yeah.
Or their dog token, so.
They didn't
Or
equip.
the morph, or the morph has 0 power on the other side, and they'll flip it up as a special action and be fast and force the other something else to get targeted.
If it's dogs, that'd be pretty bad.
Dogs!
If it's dogs, that'd be pretty bad. That's like 3rd dogs.
Yeah. Do you sacrifice the lead pipe at this point?
I need to threaten the ability to kill that flyer.
Oh, right, it's, wait, is the pipe,
+2.
oh, +2, okay, gotcha, yeah. Mhm.
I'll sack it on step here, but like I need to like be able to threaten it. I'm gonna block whatever the you know the haunch is on.
Right, otherwise you're dead.
Yeah.
Alright, if you can just find any blocker or any removal spell.
Nah, they get dogs on step.
Oh, true.
They just go wide.
Hey! There's the planes.
It's time.
Well, if this
Unfortunately,
turns into
doesn't
another
investigate.
thing.
It's time.
Oh, right. Well,
So they haunch make dogs.
yeah, yep. Mm-hmm.
Our opponent is all in on dogs.
Yeah.
They found the dog token to be very cute and decided that they
Right.
were going to lean in on it, and they're right to do so.
Yeah. I can't harm those. They sat on that haunch for exactly as long as they needed it, because as equipment, that was really pushing them heavily.
Yeah, there wasn't really any point where it would be terribly useful for them to have 2 more dogs on the board. But having the potential to have a 2 extra power was hugely useful.
Yes. All right, John.
The real power of haunch is when you already have dogs. It also makes
Oh,
your,
this
you know,
is fine. This is
Yeah.
pretty good. I like it.
it's also rough against your deck, which is very good at removing single threats.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the
Yeah.
actual thing is that our deck is like kill spell, kill spell, kill spell, kill spell, and they played a bunch of three bodies. So, anyway, please don't play tiny bodies. I don't want to deal. Oh, all right.
Who needs that? Time for you to go sleep with the fishes. No, I mean
No,
the other fishes.
These fishes. I had to do that.
The dead fishes.
Okay. Crack clue. Yeah, okay.
They need a land.
Sets of the Maltese family.
I can't believe multiple heists were going on it the same day.
Of the same thing, too.
Oh, I'm getting you.
Now, do you crack a clue in response to this? I think I would. Nope.
No.
All right.
Because they want to get to enough clues to make their case go.
Right.
Because if they can play like the handy sack. I'm sorry.
That.
That's
That's
not
on the list.
That ain't a card.
It's on the list.
This is three
well,
three bodies. I can't beat three bodies. Hold on.
The good news is they're going to solve their case. Well, no, it puts +1/+1 counters on it, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Oh, but isn't target non-creature?
Yeah, it's target non-creature.
Okay, they have one target. They have one non-creature artifact.
Yeah. I just can't beat. Oh boy. All right. Okay. Damn, that's a really good final card.
Mm-hmm.
Our deck is exceedingly bad against this style of setup. Ah! It's finally here! After 10,000 years. Lightning Helix. I have to leave up all my mana to be able to slice the clue. Which sucks because they're going to draw a card off that. Got him. No, thank you.
All right, now if they do, extracting confessions is in. Well, yeah. So you can slice one of the artifacts, and then you can extract a confession on the next. Problems is then they still have enough, a clock in the air.
Okay. So this one resolves.
And then you kill it before they can sack it.
Yeah. So that they can't draw the clue off it.
Yeah.
And then we can extract the confession.
On the second one.
And if they sack it, they still lose another body. Because it's an edict. Like
Yes.
if they sack it for a card, that is. Okay.
I would love to see you draw the
1/4.
Yes. That's not quite it. I'd honestly love to see them sack their clue here for this. Like,
Yeah, I'd like just to reduce the board for us.
yeah, yes, yeah, because now they have Cypher's another thing, which is like, okay, cool.
That lowers
Like-
the clock from 3 turns to 4 turns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really wish that dude ever played with the creature on board. He always shows up at the wrong times. Okay,
Sure.
removal spell, that's fine.
Really want to draw that. Well,
Okay, well, that reduces it down to a 4-turn clock again. I guess a 5-turn clock.
detective has more of a chance of being crime novelist.
Oh no. Well, whatever they got, no, they don't.
Sure, the land they're
Yeah.
sandbagging.
Yep.
This is, again, I love how happy she is to be just writing.
Oh. Got one turn left.
So it needs to be the flyer into...
And it's land. I'm sorry for all the lands. I know I couldn't resist joining. I know what me joining does. I apologize. Yeah, that was just an unfortunate sequence of cards in the deck, since, you know, you had a ton of removal off the top.
Yeah,
your opponent, yeah.
Again, we did get pretty smoked by Thopterus, because, like, I think I had to one for one all 3 pieces of it. Like,
Which is not one for one. That's choosing.
Yes, that's not 1 for 1.
3 for 1 yourself.
that's a well, you know what?
We saw your opponent had no removal in hand, which is why they're able to go so ham on the board, which means that if you had been able to play any creatures...
We did get... Yeah, I was just saying, we got every style. We got our just awful train wreck, just like exploding in the distance at 1/3. We had our 7 wins just walking through opponents with our aggression, and then we have the even keel 3 and 3. This deck, like, as mentioned as we were building this deck has some pretty heavy, both like card quality issues in the fact that, like, card quality is actually the wrong word for it. We have a lot of strong specific cards, but
it's not consistent.
Like, the fact that we have to be playing this extra color for like 4 extra cards, it may have just been better to, like, during the draft, if we could have ended up with a couple more black cards, I would have mono-blacked. I would have cut all the white from this deck. I would have cut these 4, but, like, to do that here would have been, like, 2 Rot Farm Mortipedes, a Morph with no text, and a hat, you know, something like that. Maybe that's better.
Yeah.
Like, because our mana base was a annoyance, you know? We would have been better off with, like, 16, 17 swamps. I'm interested to see what monocolor looks like in this format. It's been a while since there's been a format where I feel like monocolor real, but, like,
wild for that to be the case in a Ravnica.
in Ravnica,
too.
yeah.
The most consistently multicolored plane in the entire game, and then how often it pops up.
The splash in this deck is way better than the splash in the first. Like,
sure,
because like it is it's funny. It's the same number of cards for its color, but it's the 3rd color in that first deck versus the 2nd, and, like, the cards here are both like reasonably impactful. Like, you know, not on my watch and Helix, when they turn on, are nice ways to tip a game. An Investigator alone can be a card that can, like, control a game. Inspector, it would be a card I honestly would not play, and maybe the Mortipede would have been better on another build on this, because, like, on the splash, it's just nothing.
Inspector is fantastic if you can consistently get it down on turn 1 or 2.
Yeah, so... But yeah, gonna want to do some more with this and see, like, the way that removal, like, it's very funny that we just have a bunch of removal that says, like, ward isn't real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really, really, really feel so far from watching this. Again, almost every disguise creature is actually a Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card. And these cards that are the spell can't be countered are anti-trap counter spells.
Right, like we're like Dog Walker's power is in the fact that it's, like, flips and becomes it's not like the ward makes it so it can
it's a
flip
foretell up. Variant almost is how it feels like,
that
rather than actually morph.
That is true until you start playing as green, or with green.
Yes.
And then they just start
'Cause,
throwing
you know,
haymakers.
There's Woolly Loxodon in this set.
Yeah, I
with reach.
I was quite happy to. There was a game I called that one out and played around it and felt good about that. Just opponent passed with 8 mana, and it's like, I know what you're doing.
But most of the time, it really feels like the disguise is a, like, delayed spell effect, honestly, most of the time, rather than it being a, like, you're not playing it for the Grey Ogre ever, almost.
That's again. I guess that's gonna be color dependent because I don't know if green has. Oh, actually, green has like.
There's the Gruul card that we saw that actually does make it. There's both a Gruul and a Simic card that has rewards for playing them as the creatures.
Yeah.
Because there's that Simic Mythic that you also picked on the first pack, the first draft that gives them +1/+1.
So let's open a billion packs.
Yeah, I did want to mention one weird thing about the set is that this set has 70 multicolor cards in it. But that includes,
all of the ones that have a disguise flip up that are hybrid.
Right.
I'm assuming,
and it includes there's 10 of those, and there's also 10 split cards.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, and then a lot of these are at rare as well. So at common,
we don't actually have as heavy a multi. Like, it's easy to see like Ravnica go the multicolor distance. It's like, oh, try like. Maybe real.
The thing
I feel like
is,
that's going to be something that people are going to be adjusting to especially after the first drafts that we've seen here, where it really does feel like a lot of people were confused in what directions they were going.
I know I was.
So, yeah, I'm saying that it's not just it's not just us. It was everyone was doing it, and that's part of why like some of the packs that were so extremely open in specific colors.
It's also part of the new set structure they have, where there's less commons and there's more uncommons, because the only common multicolor cards are the hybrid flip-ups.
Right, but you are only seeing 6 out of 14 or something like that. Like,
right.
It's so I can try and describe the change now that we're at the end. I talked about how there's a change to pack structure that MTGA is emulating. That like draft boosters don't exist anymore. Rather, it's like a combination of draft booster and the set booster. And if you're not familiar with what a set booster is, that was a booster that was made as like if you're buying a box, this is the exciting pack to open. They'll have more foils, more rares, more interesting art cards. So in here, the way that pans out is that you get 14 cards, with apparently the option for double of a common. That's very weird. I find that one wrong. That just feels incorrect. But it's like there's the normal rare slot. There's a secondary slot that could be like any card in the set, so it can be a second rare. There's a third slot that like can have a common be replaced by a card that is out of set completely. Like that Thopter Maker that had improvise. Trying to see if we open any in here. And then there's also another slot that's like the dual lands have a chance of showing up. It is a wild amount of information to keep in touch on what can and cannot exist within your pack. So, that's a good Phoenix.
Solid.
Okay, this one's quite slow to get off, but if it does activate, you win the game on the spot. like
oh boy, it turns into Future Sight, basically. Yeah. Most of a Future Sight.
It's Future Sight that lets you play lands, creatures, and enchantments, and you get double land from it. So, like, the moment you untap with this active, you just go, top 5 cards of my deck into play, and they're like, what?
That's a lot of...
Oof,
It's a lot of green off of a future sight for green to do off of a future sight.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's like Oracle of Moldiah plus. There've been a couple like creature future sights that green has gotten.
Creature makes sense. Lands make sense. The enchantment makes sense in the color, but also feels a little weird, which I get. It's still capable of doing it, so that's been their rule on what future sights are allowed to do. I've looked this up.
Yeah. Whenever a creature you control with an imposter counter dies, exile it, return another creature from graveyard to... Oh. Then we have this dual land slot. All those rules I said, by the way, don't apply to like the packs that you open because they're 8 cards and they follow their own set of rules.
Hedge Maze and Lost in the Maze. Are those the same maze? I think they are. Is that the same artist even?
No, Andrew Marr.
Andrew Marr and Julian. Okay, gotcha.
Good one.
This guy is a motherfucker.
The weird detective. Again, anything I look at and go, how much of a percentage of a mole drifter is that? Like,
this is almost 100% of a mole drifter. It's like 90% mole drifter.
Yep.
This motherfucker.
And then we have this son of a bitch. Hold on.
Repeatable.
I gotta call up my Sphinx.
Yeah,
Our first draft had a fight through Alquist.
I've got an informant,
here.
and he will ask me these riddles 3. All right.
My opponent at one point played an Alquist, and I was like, well, just gonna have to deal with the Sphinx, and then I drew a tap enchantment. I was like, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I do plan on fitting much more of drafting this set in now that we're jumped in here. Tomorrow is Dragon Warrior Wednesday. Don't think it'll fit in on Thursday, but like over the weekend and early next week we'll be able to get some more of it in. So yeah, I think the weirdest thing to me about the set is that being in Ravnica and not having like multicolor as like a focus.
I think the guilds really be the focus is the weird thing to me. Like even if there were multicolor, even if we're more focused on multicolor, but if we were not focused on the guilds, that would still feel off. IMO.
Yeah.
I have a feeling actually for that the reason why this is set on Ravnica is actually for brand reasons, because they made that they're doing that clue thing.
Well, I mean, all things are brand reasons.
Yeah, but I'm saying it specifically.
Yeah,
because...
outside branding to make clue make sense of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it because there probably could have been actually a better set. For example, New Capenna, to have set it on for the thematics of it. But Ravnica was close enough and more popular as a thing.
I was to say, but yeah, can I counterpoint that with New Capenna fucking sucks. Like.
That's why they would do it they would prefer to do it here.
Yeah, because like, I'm sorry, New Capenna, you got the short stick.
I do.
A lot of that's me not having I think the draft format in New Capenna is one of the worst.
The draft format was bad. Yeah.
One of the worst formats they've had in years, in the set, like, I don't know. Like, it was all right before it got solved. Yeah. But like Ravnica is the set they get to come to because they have a number of characters that you get to have that everyone knows. When we're showing up here and we have Teysa and Aurelia and all these guild leaders and the structure that we know. So
also, like, I know that like we see some of these detectives because we're really focused on the investigation industry on Ravnica. That's how you want to phrase it. But I just really like the idea that like people were just real stressed after the first invasion, and this Bluff team, they all just got really into being private investigators.
Yeah, everyone really likes true crime podcasts.
Oh, maybe one of the Omen paths. They found just a bunch of novels from a different world and got real into it.
Mm-hmm. I guess also the other half is that if we're trying to talk about reasons for why they would have such a actually not particularly multicolored format set on a plane like Ravnica, going to New Capenna, a shard format is even less reasons for them to put it there, huh?
Yeah, if you're not gonna be doing the focus there.
When I first heard the set name, I mixed up my proper nouns, and I thought this took place on Innistrad.
I want to say that happened
Karlov Manor, I've said so many times.
Yeah.
I want to say that's happened to 100% of people because we we very specifically visited the location named Karlov Manor in a set in recent memory.
Yeah.
Like there was
And-
an entire main plot about Olivia like trying to get married into the Markov
It's
family.
wedding
In
day.
the wedding. Oh look, it's the manor. It might have been
Murders at Karlov Manor.
yeah. I trip over it all. It's I do the same thing as I do with March of the Machines singular, where I have to say that aloud, or else I'll say March of the Machines, which is not the name of the set. Also, murders plural.
Yeah,
Yep.
murders at Karlov Manor. It's like, think about there's 2 characters with the surname Karlov, and you usually just think of Teysa as just Teysa most of the time.
Yeah, Teysa does have a card named Teysa Karlov, but that's because Teysa has 4 cards. It's like
And there's one
cards, 4 cards.
Obsidat member who has a card just for himself that is also a Karlov, I think.
Yeah. And there were multiple murders that did take place at the manor. There were 2. There were a couple other murders that didn't take place at the manor. But
I think the weirder thing to me about playing this on Arena right now is like just because like so much of their change was like, oh, also like there's gonna be like all these alternate art cards running around in drafts now because like the collector boots, but like Arena doesn't have those.
Yeah, Arena. That actually might be what those like other commons are, where it's like, are those like supposed to be like a full art or something, but they just show up as the double common. Gotta say, I immediately am not like having a indeterminate like mystery list of cards that just exist in your limited format. I as an idea, I'm not a fan of it, and like I know that it is like mildly curated, but like just
It's like
part of what I like about a limited format as it evolves is being able to like know what the possibility space is.
right.
Unless it's with like the one set that was an exception to that I found interesting was March of the Machines singular, because
Right, exactly.
that one was so much it's like you can't know all this, like
That's what I was gonna bring up. Because yeah, it's like it was basically made into a bit of a cube set where it's like here's a gigantic list of things that can come in that are just guessed from other set because we're everywhere this set.
yeah.
You know, and I don't mind the idea that it's like even if you get pretty expensive the format, like every now and again you're gonna get a blindsided by a card as long as it's not like, you know, sorry, you didn't know that Soul Ring's in this format, idiot. Like
sorry, did you not know Ancient Tomb was real?
You know, the improvised man that we saw
I-
is very strong.
Yeah,
But like, you know, but there we also have a similar card that makes 1 Thopter token and has more power on it on the creature itself and costs 1 less.
And like
so
dogs, it's like I said, they're curated in a way that's like extant for things that, you know, that for the decks. I just like the fact that like what I am bemoaning, what I am sad about is the fact that I basically find it impossible for my brain to be able to contain the contents of a set. I have tried. I have had this conversation like 5 times. There are too many cards for me to actually be able to keep track of anymore, and I
gave up on this when
I feel defeated.
Yeah, I welcome to the sad club because I felt like this for like at least 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
Because because one sets are just bigger. There's just more cards than ever remember in a set, and there's more cards coming out every year than ever. Both because every set is bigger than the biggest sets used to be, and all of them are that big. And also there's extra sets coming out as well, multiple times.
Yeah.
But then there's also, you know, also we're going to spoil all the commander cards we're adding this time that are just going to be in commander decks but aren't in the format. It's like, okay, well, and like this one was pretty good about it, actually. It was pretty easy to tell based on the icon what was commander, what wasn't. Some sets, that fucking icon is like practically the same.
Was that Brothers War, or was that there were a couple in recent memory where it's like that icon was just the same thing twice, and it's like, okay, come on.
Yeah.
Like
so I've already felt like I can barely keep up with everything in the set, so it's more just like kind of like, all right, let's just fucking try to remember the important things and Stick
One
with
thing
it.
that keeps on happening is that Red gets a lot of comments on his on random card talking about people complaining that, oh, this can't be random. So many cards from recent years keep on popping up. Because they understandably, honestly, do not seem to realize that there's going to be an inherent bias towards recent stuff.
Because there's more
Because
of
like
it.
a full quarter of all cards in Magic were printed in like the last 5 years.
Until like
You know?
2013, 2014,
Yeah.
somewhere around there, they would put out one large set, two small sets,
Yep.
and a core set. And the core set would be a lot of reprints. The core set may be like half new cards.
Yeah, with
It would also occasionally have an additional product. but
yeah,
not even every year.
with some exceptions where an unglued set shows up, or like and even those, like a lot of those fell into the, like Cold Snap actually falls into that cadence. It took out the core set spot, you know, that sort of thing.
So it's like 200. So it's like 250 cards plus like 250 card sets. So like you're looking at something like 400, like 550, probably like somewhere in like 600 to 650 new cards.
Well, a large set then was like 280. A small set was like 150.
Fair enough, yeah. So
So-
yeah, somewhere like 600 to 700 cards, new cards every year.
Yeah, because like core set was also like pilot reprints.
New cards as well. It you know, you have to take into account that like about a tenth of those would be reprints anyway.
Yeah.
Or so.
I just mentally am unable to keep up, and it makes me sad that that's just the truth of Magic, where, like, I don't...
And that's not even talking to like if you were playing more than one card game. It's just Magic by itself
Yeah.
has so many card releases that it's so difficult to keep up with it.
Yeah, it ends up making, like, not as much, like... I guess it is sort of cherry-picking in the sense that, like, I cannot tell you a single card in the Commander or Jumpstart product from this set, because I do not want to...
I can tell you one.
Oh, no, sorry, I can tell you
Last Word
Columbo.
Phantom.
I can tell you
Last
Columbo.
Word
You're
Phantom
sorry,
is
I'm
the
sorry.
one
that's
I
a
can
lie.
tell you. I agree.
I named the stream. I named the stream one more thing because there's I guess two. There's a Yusuke Urameshi, I remember.
Yes,
about
yep,
as well.
there's-
So
there's-
I don't remember that card's name though. I know that there's a Yusuke there, but I don't know the card's name.
I know it's Type Line of Spirit Detective.
yeah, it's Type Line means human
No,
detective.
that's
it's
true.
until it
Type
dies.
Line Detective, and
But then it
gets
becomes a
changed to
Spirit Detective.
when it
Yeah.
dies.
Yeah, they're just like, and I love that. That's something I do enjoy out of, like, okay, we get to do fun things. Like the Columbo card, I think is very funny.
It's for what it's worth. It's like all this stuff aside, that they've been doing pretty good at these cards being good and interesting. It's just that there's so many of them, and the fact that they're so complex too is that an individual Magic card takes up twice as much like brain real estate as a card used to.
It was funny. We over the weekend, I did a cube draft with some friends, and it was very like we played like a big multiplayer game, a lot of fun, and a lot of like very kind of quick to move. Everyone sort of knows what everything's doing. We play a game. Then afterwards, we went and grabbed lunch, came back, and played a game with like the Doctor Who Commander decks. And the
Doctor Who Commander decks were actually more complex than the Cube,
by
I'm
like
assuming.
by a factor of like 4.
Yeah.
I didn't mentally, like, I never had kind of mentally tracked that until like literally playing them sitting down, because like because specifically it's like, oh, like obviously there's a, like, people don't know what the deck is, you got to read the cards, but like, you know, one of those decks has like time counters as its main thing, and it has like all these different mechanics that are just like, oh my god, what is going on? There's just as time increases, we end up with the higher complexity bits. These all sound like bad things I'm complaining about, and I think they're also good features of the game.
That's the kind of the catch-22 of it, of like
Because we
fact
really
they're
enjoyed the
complex-
game.
They're complex because they're exploring more design space,
Yes.
you know, and it's interesting things that they're doing with it.
Mhm.
It's not that the cards being complex is in and of itself actually a problem. It's just the problem is in also the mass of them. It all comes down to the fact that there's too many cards. honestly.
Yeah,
and too much stuff being printed.
I do, like, I know what I'm gonna hear over the next couple months, because, so, Manners of Murder, Karlov, that's not the name of the set. You know, came out today, fully releases next week. Outlaws of Thunder Junction is 2 months and a week away.
God, really?
Yes.
Already?
2 months. There's 2 months and a week. It releases on
Jeez.
and in between there is the Fallout decks as well.
God
Wait,
damn.
Is it Fallout a full? Is that a commander release?
They're
Or is it
full
a full
commander decks.
It is
It's
4
a full
commander
Okay,
decks.
okay.
It is the Doctor Who
it is not.
sized.
Yeah, it is not
Okay.
a 10-pole set with like making it into commander things like that, but it is a 4 commander decks. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. And
Oh
so,
boy.
and yeah, and but then it's like I want to say it's like a 4-month like summer. I don't know what fully releases out in summer, but you know.
They're probably doing some sort of Masters like premium set, if I were to guess.
Yeah. But I know there's a fairly like there are still only 4 standard sets, but they changed the cadence from like around 3 months to something like 2-4-2-4. So like there are these large gaps, but then there's the really quick gaps. So
Yeah, and the problem is just that the large gap does not give you. The problem too is like the time period in which people play these in like limited and stuff. With a long gap, it's going to taper off more than it like. The necessity to know the set is going to be less important during that time period than in the short time period, and it's complicated to explain, but it again always just comes down to too much stuff.
yeah, and you know, how do you now I'm looking at. Oh yeah, no, there is a listed Modern Horizons 3 for June of this year.
Man,
I did.
that one's actually going to be really important for people who are going to be playing modern.
I didn't realize that was so. That's got to be the in between on those. Okay.
I wonder if we're gonna get another God, what was the absolute broken card from that set? I'm forgetting his name.
Hogak.
Hogak, thank you.
Hogak Modern Horizons 1. How's everybody?
Excited to see what we get from it this time.
Anyway,
Every time they made our Mountain Horizon set, it is warped modern around it. So
yeah, I do again. I do want to stress how much I enjoy playing Magic, even if it sounds like I have so much of a The reasons I take umbrage with all these things is that it's like I wouldn't care if it wasn't a thing I liked a ton, right? Like,
yeah,
exactly.
I just wouldn't care.
I love playing this game so much. Why do they keep doing things that I don't like about it?
Yeah. So that's
and it even sounds like a weird complaint of there's too much of the thing that I like, especially because they're not doing badly making them on the whole. But it does matter is the thing. Fundamental full understanding of these sets has always been like an important part of them.
Yeah, so like I said at the again, one of the things I was talking about is that like I feel like I'm reaching the point where like I can no longer tell you what is in the draft set. The specific reason I have to word it that way is that like I gave up on trying to figure out what cards were existing in Commander releases for like 6 years now. Like
yeah,
there's that's just
for people
not
who love limited in particular, not being able to like keep track of everything that's in a set is annoying and a pain and a shame.
Yeah. So anyway, that was 3 drafts. That was pretty good. I'm quite happy with the outcomes on those. Hope to do some more. I kind of want to see what like mono white or mono red looks like in this format. I want to see what like Pile of Dogs Turbo does. You know, just like
Turbo Dogs.
Weird encyclopedic knowledge of Magic cards from like Alpha through Kamigawa. I think I can tell you every card from like Khan's back. You know, maybe a little further on. There's a point where I dropped off playing competitively, and that's where, like, it slides. So, Yeah. All right. Anyway, thank you all for joining. Thank you, Doc and Kabanaw, for jumping on in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
I just noticed that this was going on when I sat down while during cooking. I was like, oh damn, yeah, that's a treat for me. I'll go for that.
Hell yeah.
I was watching when I was doing my own drafts, and when I finished up mine, I decided, all right.
So
I at
if you
least like to get an understanding of these sets as they come out, and I mostly do that by hanging out with you doing these.
So I like one of okay. Talk about a good thing. I know I just said we're ending. One thing I do want to say is a really good thing in the last few years. The draft formats, with a couple of exceptions, like looking at you, New Capenna.
On the whole,
on
have
the
been
whole,
better than on average. They've gotten a good strong.
Not only that, but like really good draft formats that differ from each other and have like different pieces to them that make them like again. March of the Machine Singular is like near cube format because of kind of how wild the power is in that. Whereas like you have very aggressive style formats, or like formats where like there's a lot of different texture to it. Dominaria was another one with a very different texture to it.
Brothers War was almost fucking Eldrazi levels of slow and steady.
Oh no, oh crap, I tricked Emily into raiding by staying up too long.
We're about to finish up.
We're just finishing up. Hi everybody. That means I'm gonna have to keep the chain going. Hi everybody. We just finished 3 drafts. Thank you so much for the raid, Emily. I appreciate it a ton. Glad for everybody to be here. If you want to catch more Magic, follow, stick around. It's great. Or like Battle Network or Dragon Warrior, things like that.
If you get the chance to draft Doppelgang, draft Doppelgang. Those are my words of wisdom.
Okay.
The Doppelgang is a great card, and it's very fun to play. That's all.
All right. Well, with that, gonna take off. I'm gonna send you over to Wobbly. Got a subathon going. Please enjoy. Have a good night, everybody.